everyone. We are at the World Championship in Colorado, and we are having our double dutch single freestyles.
Double dutch singles freestyle. That's going to be 3 athletes on the floor, 2 ropes. Doing that classic double dutch pattern. First up from the United States, this is Renee, Lauren, and Anna. A very accomplished group. They had a great showing earlier this year at the U.S. national competition.
We've seen some amazing routines from these girls.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Starting off with a really difficult turning variation, and then you could see right there, Lauren on the left was doing a front flip while turning the ropes.
A lot of restricted arm positions with turnings and wheels.
Ooh, just barely made it through there.
Oh, that was a great one.
Really fast switch, all double unders with variations.
A quick fix. Yeah, that's the thing with double dutch ropes. It can get messy. Oh, wow.
All right, more power moves in there. Wonderful hand hop.
Beautiful turning movement.
Jumping over the ropes into that TS position.
That is a really tricky one. Wow. Imagine both hands are restricted. Nice assisted aerial there.
Some backward crossing skills while turning.
Backward crosses are difficult in single rope, and doing them in double dutch turner. Wow.
Nice work, ladies. A lot of powerful moments in that routine. Got a little tripped up right there at the beginning, but still managed to show off a couple of the strongest moves. Yeah, all those hand hop variations. We're not going to see nearly any as powerful for the rest of today, or maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Yeah, but that turning skill right there on the right, you could see both hands were behind the back and she was spinning around.
You really need to pay attention to the shape of the rope while you're changing those different turning techniques.
Nice job, USA. Up next, this is a team from Korea.
I'm excited to see them. Really nice top flip there.
Remember when I said we weren't going to see strong hand hops? There we go. Super strong hand hops. And jumping off the bottom. I love the 2 different colored ropes so you can really see. And what a lofty Webster into the ropes. Some great turning variations on the right there. It's easy to get lost watching these big flips.
Oh, nice.
But don't forget, these turners are also mixing it up as they go. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow, what an acrobat. Stopping halfway during a back handspring and jumping on his hands again.
What would you say? Who has the most difficult job, the turners or the jumpers?
Well, if you are doing half a back handspring, I'm going to say the jumper.
You're right.
But the one that takes the most technique generally is turning.
Oh, yeah. Well done, guys. This was a strong routine. A couple of misses, but still a strong one.
Some huge acrobatic moments there.
Their teammates are happy.
Charlotte, Annabelle, and Ella.
I love these slow motion clips. You can really see all the effort which goes into a routine like that.
Nice. Scooping the kip up always can be a difficult one. Yeah, that
and there's
trick.
That, wow.
You have to land on that angle perfectly so you don't keep going. And then just all that weight in your shoulders, jumping backward. You can't see your landing either. Excellent work, Korea. Now taking the floor, we've got Australia. Charlotte, Annabelle, and Ella.
For a moment, I thought that's their music.
Everyone ready?
There we go. Getting started here.
Beautiful one-hand frog.
Nice. A lot of turning variations during those power skills.
And you can see the different type of switches as well.
A very competitive style here, where the every time there's action happening in the middle, there's action happening on the sides at the same time. Ooh, going for a cross during that aerial.
It's so important to hit that middle.
Every time the turners are doing a restriction with their arms like that, the ropes are going to get smaller, increasing the chance of a miss. And then you can even see the shape of the ropes, right? If they're a little bit wiggly in the air, that means they have less control over the rope. When they make that nice rainbow banana shape, that's how you know everything's going right.
I love the banana reference, yeah. And also it's interesting to mention that when two-hand is restricted, then that's a more difficult move or turner move than if only one hand is restricted. So you can watch out for that.
It's a one-handed frog going into two. Oh, dropping from the frog into the split. And a nice double under to finish it off. Way to go, Australia.
Well done, ladies.
Double unders can be difficult, especially with big double-edged ropes like that.
Oh, yeah.
Turning them together, that can get pretty heavy.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to move so quickly through the air. Yeah, I love that switch, too, that behind the back while spinning into the ropes.
Beautiful shape. And now we're welcoming Team Belgium on the floor. This team is really famous for their double dutch single, so I can't wait to see them compete.
Here we go.
We can expect a really fast routine. Oh yeah, perfect turning involvements, beautiful shape.
So many double unders in there. Each time he was jumping, they were getting the rope around twice. Setting up for a big comp. Oh, one-handed hand hop. Wow. Moving in perfect sync with each other across the floor. More hand hops. I take back my comments earlier about strong hand hops today. Everyone is showing up. Way to go, Belgium. A little bit caught up in this wheel sequence, wheel being when everybody's jumping and turning. Moving on to the next section in their routine. Another lofty Webster.
Oh, that was a quad there.
So many multiples are being fit under. And you can see how low those ropes are getting with each restriction. Because the ropes are getting smaller, they're getting shorter above the jumper. Nice, very strong comp. Oh, with the V kick, with the kip. Oh my goodness. Wow, front handspring to crowd. I've never seen that. So well executed. What a combo, an acrobatic bunch. And the rest of Belgium loves it.
It's one thing to see powerful movements within the rope, but when they're combined with powerful turner involvements, that's something.
Yeah, so many moments to highlight in that routine.
Oh, yeah.
For me, this last combo I think was my favorite part here. Straight into all these low power moves.
With a beautiful height
So
there.
much control,
Oh my
and
God,
that trick.
yeah. With a double under to finish with.
Wow, way to go. Taking the floor, this is the Czech Republic. Starting out in that wheel formation, a nice split.
A nice shape for the rope. Oh, wow.
Ooh, going for an AS with those really big ropes can be so hard to pull off, but they made it out at the end. A double under off of the hands there.
Also, it's a really tricky move. You really need to practice that double under. Oh, beautiful.
Some more multiples. Ooh, great spin into that multiple under. Like the shape there. Working for those presentation points. Cool swish with the spin. Keeping things lively and unique. Whoa!
Oh.
Hit so many variations in a row. Just now on the right side. Great double under in the middle of that round off.
And they're enjoying themselves, you can tell.
Wow. Turning under the leg. Right into another wheel sequence.
Oh, beautiful one-handed.
Great one-handed frog. Oh, going for two in a row. And the little dance to end it off.
Nice job, ladies. Nice job. There were a few misses, but they still managed to pull a really great routine.
3-2 from Hong Kong, China. Sidekick, Chong Ho and Wai.
Yeah, look at all these turning variations. And that release, so snappy. every release in double dutch is such a big risk, right? When you let go of the handle, because nobody's really controlling it as it flies through the air. With single rope, it's a little easier to control. The rope is a bit shorter. All right, taking the floor right now, we've got Hong Kong. So far, we haven't had a perfectly clean routine yet. Really not super clean routines so far. Let's see if Hong Kong can be the first to do it.
A strong opening position. I love the confidence.
Looking cool out there. Changing directions. Oh, what a quick release.
They're bringing that show element as well.
Nice.
The speed with which they are jumping is wow. Just wow.
A triple under. Jumping a double under and landing on his hands. And then the other way, too.
There are those head hops.
Oh, what a combo. A whole bunch in a row.
Those, like when they're changing the pace of the rope, those are really, really hard ones to do.
Nice. Turning backwards during this whole sequence.
With double unders, wow.
And crossing and just about everything else you can think of.
Yeah.
Oh, and under the leg for there.
You can see that he was a little bit more behind and not in the middle. That can really mess.
Right on the button of the music with that leapfrog. Really fast-paced, bring the ropes in and out. Switching directions to backward once again. Jumping on the hands. A whole lot of times with these frog double under.
Wow. That was I think this was the strongest one we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely one of the cleaner runs we've seen. Only one little trip up. And they made it through all the seemingly most difficult sequences they had planned for us.
Wow, that release there.
The scoop with the release. And then the TS, I didn't even see that the first time.
Me neither. I think one of the hardest things to do in double dutch single is the wheel turning. Wow, yeah.
I'm loving the anime reference under the shirt right there, too.
Ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, Sweden is taking the floor. Starting off with that wheel. See, one of the turners was going backwards this whole time. Oh, excellent round off back tuck in the middle of that wheel.
Beautiful. And we're talking about wheels when the turners are jumping and the jumper is jumping and the turners are turning the rope as well. So that is a really complex move when we're talking about double dutch single. Wow.
Super clean so far.
Beautiful. And you can see that they are using a little bit of longer ropes, right, than the rest of the team so far.
It looks like they would need to fit all that great tumbling.
Yeah.
Great splits of push-up. Oh, scooping the kip sideways like that. An especially difficult way to do it. One that we haven't seen yet today.
Really creative routine.
Ooh, close one there. That can throw you through a loop.
And most of the times you need to wait for your music, right?
That's right, and just the right time with the ropes, especially when you're doing all these flips.
Oh, beautiful frog combination there. Push up. Really nicely on the beat.
More wheel here. Nice and dynamic switch. Oh, rolling into the ropes. Great job, Sweden.
Well done. I love this routine. Well done, girls. Well done.
Speed 37.
Loved all the tumbling there. Some really strong athletes with a lot of trust in each other.
Yep, that's right. We're welcoming Japan on the floor. I would expect a lot of entertaining moves here. Also with a lot of flips. We'll see.
Japan is certainly known for entertaining double dutch routines. You can hear the crowd already going crazy.
Oh my God,
They haven't even started. That was one of the highest Websters I've seen in my life.
Yeah, with a restricted position from the turners. And with the double under. Wow.
Whoa!
Wow!
No look turning on the left side there. All right. Getting set up.
Waiting for the music.
Nice side flip. Nice Webster.
Oh,
Double under onto one hand. Oh, really big backflip. Perfect timing with the ropes. Great movement.
the shape of the rope is perfect.
Just demonstrating so much control with the ropes. Those off-axis kicks can be super tough to fit inside the ropes. Some of the widest flips.
Nice dance moves there. Oh, wow. Well, that was a direction change. Wow.
Oh, more behind the back turning. A really interesting frog variation and a b-boy move to finish it off.
Love that.
Nice work, Japan. You can see they get a lot of influence from the b-boy movement, from hip-hop.
Oh, yeah.
Japan love the routine. Way to go, guys. A lot of moments to talk about there. Yeah, that double under onto one hand. And the control with all that turning is so tough. Nice dance moves. And if you can make those judges smile, that's definitely going to work in your best interest.
Here we go.
100%. We're having Denmark on the floor.
Nice wheel multiple to start it off.
Nice combination there.
Going for two turners doing restrictions at the same time.
That's definitely one of the most difficult things you can do.
And a big risk.
Oh, yeah. But also higher points, right?
That's right. Oh, jumping into the split. And jumping back up with ease.
Beautiful. That was their two-turner involvement.
Whoa.
I love how Danish jumpers have those controlled jumps, right? Like really controlled power moves.
On the
Wow.
knees.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. And you can see the turners that whole time were jumping through the rope too. Yeah, you can see it there again on the right side. Setting up for something here. Let's see what they got. Three-quarter front flip, great turning. And that can be a hard one to jump immediately after. Right, that's a lot of force and you're landing so low. Nice.
Nice. Well done, girls. A couple of misses, but it was a great routine.
Heat 38. Station 2. 4530 from Germany. Simon
Yeah, look at that part. We got a lot of restricted turning at the same time, all these power moves. Spinning on the back. Yeah, jumping through, you can see the and the knee jumps. Ow!
Oh my God.
I really hope those are knee pads. Remember, guys, unlike gymnastics, this is not a spring floor. This is not a mat. This is a hardwood floor.
Here we go.
Up next, we're having Germany on the floor. Oh, wow. That was an
really difficult
beat.
combo. Here they go. Looks like they're trying to stay on time with the music here.
Beautiful aerial.
Nice combo here.
Oh, I love that.
A lot of restrictions in the turning. Good movement, keeping it dynamic. Love that switch. Very flashy. Wow.
Wow.
And he is tall too, so they're working extra hard to get him to fit in these ropes.
That was a really cool switch there.
Leapfrog front flip. Oh, and they saved it. A little over rotated, but no problem for these guys. Nice, nice. Way to keep it going. Oh, V kick to the crab. Really fast pace for that combo too. Under the leg with that three-quarter front flip. Perfect press up. Absolutely gorgeous moves so far. Switching all around in that nice wheel sequence. Great work, Germany.
They had a couple of misses at the beginning, but overall, I think this was one of the cleanest routines we've seen so far.
And their sequences were just jam-packed.
Oh, yes. A lot of unique skills as well.
Yeah, and this frog to back tuck popping right back up into another frog.
Well done, guys. They should be happy for that.
Everyone ready?
All right, taking the floor. This right here is Korea. Starting off, oh, they're going for a quadruple under. Some solid power moves with a restriction happening. Oh, it's like 2 degrees of crossing right there on the right. Like a boss cross, they call that one.
Beautiful.
Nice press up. Going on one hand, that increases the difficulty, which in turn increases the score. Oh, the flexibility. Moving quick through the ropes. There we go. There we go. Getting the ropes situated, setting themselves up for success here.
Nice power sequence.
Oh, yeah. It can be really difficult to get from that crab position all the way through that split. Nice 3/4 front flip, jumping back in the ropes.
They're also using the beat. Really nice on the music. Awesome turning movements there.
Oh, going for a quadruple under to land in splits. You have to jump super high and just let it all fall down. Great job, Korea.
We are welcoming Japan on the floor again. Just watch out for these guys. I think we can expect some really, really cool moves in the next 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Now these guys specifically are some of the most esteemed double dutch athletes. They've won titles at the double dutch contest in Japan, one of the most prolific double dutch contests in the world.
Oh God, and you can tell just from the first move.
And it's not just the difficulty. These are showmen right here. Oh, going for a double under on that one-handed hand hop. You got to be super strong. Nice backflip with a triple under. Another backflip with a double under. Oh, going into a shoemaker. Look at that performance. Get the ropes moving with a big gainer with a cross. I can't believe they got through a triple under in that time. Oh, 5.
That was 5.
5 to the push-up. 5 genuinely being harder than a 6 because there's a lot more control needed. He wants the attention. Let's clap. And a really interesting flip. Looked like a side semi into that front flip. Oh!
The crowd here in the arena is going crazy.
Oh my gosh. Twisting into that push-up.
A lot of multiples we see from the turners here. Oh, wow, that height.
Moving back into that backflip. Way to go, guys. Super fun to watch.
Super fun to watch. Well done. Well done, guys.
And master class in routine building. And while, whoa, that was a really technical scoop on that flip. Yeah, they had probably some of the most difficult moments there, right? They didn't have it all chained together as much as the other teams that we saw today, but wow, look at those moves.
And perfect control with the rope. Wow.
And by far the most fun to watch we've seen today. Now on the floor, this is Germany. A very competitive style.
And a very clean style. I love the shape of the rope so far. The speed with which they're jumping is amazing.
You can see all the hours of practice in this routine. Great
Beautiful
job
front flip.
turning on that.
Oh yeah, that was great. Also, of course, if you're doing a push-up with the double under, then you really need to jump high from that push-up, and these girls are smashing it.
A really difficult way to get out of that sequence. Nice aerial and the ropes.
With a cross.
Nice wheel. Each time any trick happens, they're getting scored for the difficulty level of that trick. And they have so many tricks in this routine. I know it's hard to keep up.
So many invisible double unders, right? Like, you cannot even catch them. Beautifully executed.
Definitely going to be a high-scoring routine.
Well done, ladies. Wow. I would say that they are going to be on the top 6. We'll see. We'll see. Because remember, this is the preliminary round. We are, and all these teams are aiming for a spot in the top 6 so they can compete at the finals.
You can see in this replay right here, oh, one of those really fast double unders we were talking about. Almost impossible to catch. Way to go, ladies. Great routine. Now taking the floor, we've got Korea with a really fun and interesting beginning pose.
One, you cannot really tell how they are going to continue, and I love those. Also love the color of the ropes.
Nice. Oh, here comes the setup into a wheel.
Oh, wow.
For those one-handed frogs, perfectly on beat. Nice cartwheel out of the ropes. You got to make sure you get a lot of distance on that cartwheel or else you're going to get tangled. A really fast pace for these frogs. Let's see if they can keep up. Oh, for a whole power sequence. Whoa,
oh, wow.
Backflip out of what? With no set required.
And they made it fit in those rope.
Oh my goodness. The flips are coming out of nowhere. Nice frog variations there. With some really interesting turning on the right there. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
These guys can flip from nothing. Way to go.
Well done. Well done, Korea.
Great routine, Korea. An absolute joy to watch. I like a lot of the creative moments in here. So yeah, those back-to-back one-arm frogs. I mean, he's jumping and leaving all his weight on that one arm. Let's see, I think this is the combo I was thinking of earlier. Yeah.
Oh, God.
That back handspring is such a fast pace to get the hands up in time. Way to go. Taking the floor now, this is Australia. Nice cross on that entry. Great hand hop.
With a cross.
Oh, you can see the shape of the rope shrinking as they're doing all these crosses. A
Beautiful control, yeah.
Nice power moves and a good little Steve's moment. Ooh. Scooping the kip. Oh, keep standing up. Yeah. A really strong transition.
Nice fix.
Oh,
that was
turntable on
yeah.
one arm. You got to be really strong to not just collapse on the elbow there.
You can see how the jumpers are communicating with each other.
Nice three-quarter front flip, bouncing out of that really low position with ease. A whole lot of power moves happening here. That was a long sequence. Great job. Ooh, really close on the sides there. Right, the sides were getting picked up a little bit extra because of those crosses.
Nice job, ladies.
And a Space Jam moment to end it off. Way to go, Australia. Solid routine.
From the USA, Porter, Seth, and Dalton.
Yeah, they had a lot of great power sequences that were just endless with the turning moves and the jumps,
and
all fast-paced.
And the overall execution was gorgeous.
That quadruple under to the crowd we saw was also really impressive. I believe I didn't even see it. It was so fast. All right, great job, Australia. Up next, taking the floor from the USA, this is Porter, Seth, and Dalton. This was one of my favorite routines competed at the U.S. national competition out of everything competed there. Across all events. Super strong athlete right here. Porter Ballard starting off with some really big flips. Double full into the ropes. Landing really high into this frog Arabian. That's a backflip 180. 360 down.
God.
One of the cleanest executions that trick has probably ever had. All right, flipping into this wheel sequence. Seth in the middle ropes with the hand hops while turning. Oh, getting a little caught up in there. Random flip from Porter. Porter clearing the rope and just the whole person in one jump.
It's like these girls are flying, literally flying.
Super strong moves here.
Oh, beautifully executed. Multiple.
8.
Wow.
Some low crabs here. Nice, huge flying 360 push-up. Flinging him into the ropes.
I think that's the most fun switch I've ever seen.
Nice back handspring stop. Whoa, into the swipe. Amazing control and execution. Oh. And flipping it with one hand each. They got it. Big backflip. Oh, handles flying everywhere.
Wow, well done, guys. Well done, guys.
A super strong and athletic routine from this crew right here.
And a super creative one. I mean, look at those. Wow.
I mean, that frog down to push-up with the 360. I don't know if I've seen anybody else do it without landing on the elbow. And then stepping out of that frog into the swipe, so powerful.
And a huge shout out to everyone who was turning here, right? Because also, wow, it just requires so much precision and control and practice.
Getting that around and then going for everybody at the same time. Just got a little bit caught on Seth's feet on the takeoff. Excellent work, Team USA. Up next, we've got Belgium on the floor. Great turning on that aerial. Oh my gosh, the control is outstanding so far. You can see the ropes are not wiggly at all.
Super experienced jumpers over here. Wow.
Great split. Putting all the effort in for those double unders there. Oh, a really interesting switch there. Great visual happening on that front flip with
beautiful DS. Wow.
Oh, they are just packing this routine with tricks. A really fast pace again. Nice double unders. Oh, triple under landing in that push-up.
And the rope has that perfect rainbow shape. Also really nicely on the music.
Oh, a really big triple under happening on the three-quarter front flip.
This is a really technical routine. You can see the differences, right? Like the previous one was extremely creative. This is extremely technical.
Oh! And the cross is happening on both sides at the same time. The underleg happening with the same rope. Oh, going for a frog with two restrictions happening on either side.
Well done. Well done, ladies.
Good work, Belgium. Another routine that is definitely going to score highly. Even though they had a couple trip-up moments at the end there, they had so many high-level skills. All the control there is outstanding. Just diving over the ropes here. Good job, girls. Up next, we've got another team from Belgium, this time in the male division. And in case you're tuning in now, everybody, this is the IJRU World Jump Rope Championships. We're here in Colorado Springs watching the Double Dutch Singles Freestyle, where 3 athletes are going to compete with 2 Double Dutch ropes.
Oh, wow. Double unders, restricted positions, wheel.
What? How did they even get out of that? Way to go, Belgium.
They literally are packing everything into one move, every restriction which is possible.
Whoa, front flip. Definitely an uncommon version of the front flip we see too. Oh my gosh, there's so much happening. It's hard to talk about all of it at once. You see the turners are crossing under the leg in front, doing double unders, and the jumpers in the middle.
And they're slowing down the rope just for a millisecond.
Nice quadruple under. Whoa! Fitting in a double under on nearly every jump here. There's a double under landing on one hand. Great. Oh.
Oh, wow.
A perfect split with that multiple there. Another one-handed pop. Whoa! Hand hops happening with the music. Let's go, guys. Come on. Yeah, this routine is also going to score extremely highly.
One of my favorites so far. Well done, guys. Wow.
Great routine, Belgium.
The pace, I mean.
Station 1, 4448 from Germany.
So many restrictions.
Everyone flipping at the same time, and they got the ropes under.
Wow. That one-handed frog.
Yeah, that one-handed hand hop right there. You have to be so athletic to be able to pull that off.
A lot of strength, yeah.
Here we go.
All right, on the floor, this is Germany. Nice hand hop variation.
With
Going
the
from the 1
use
to
of
2.
music.
Oh, great connection. A really smooth start to this routine. Some great power skills. All very smoothly connected. Man, the double under onto that one arm, that's unbelievable. I mean, they are just diving with all of their weight onto that single arm.
And a really nice execution. The body posture, the height with which they're jumping, wow.
You could see the ropes were getting a little wiggly there, but they were still managing to get through. And of course, the more wiggly the ropes are, the less control. There we go. Great move so far. Got to watch out for
From a
that.
split. Wow.
Oh. And now they have to keep everything within those green lines there. Some great control on the movement here. Oh, another double under diving onto the hands. All right, switching it up for our next sequence here.
Nice. Wow, well
and
done.
the split to end it all.
Well done, ladies. I'm really impressed by all the power moves we're seeing so far in this competition. The powers, the acrobatics, the precision. Wow.
Yeah, I hope they're going to show that. Yeah, let's look at this one. That one-handed frog here. All these combinations were so smooth and connected with the power moves. Great job, ladies.
Everyone
Up
ready?
next, we've got from the United States. This is
Here we
Preston,
go.
Patrick, and Seth. Another really acrobatic trio.
I love the start.
Starting off with a quadruple under during the backflip. Nice, going up onto that one hand. Lofty three-quarter front flip.
Oh,
And
wow.
flipping off the head, it looked like. All right, great. Palm spin into wheel. Oh, got a little bit tripped up there. A really uncommon skill, though. Nice multiple on that wheel. One of the smoother runs I've seen of this routine. Great gainer into the frog, into another backflip. Come on, twist it up. There he goes, every which way. Looking a little lost after all those flips in a row. But he's going in there for another one. All right, switching for another big move here. Nice kip off the back, straight into the wheel, into multiples. Oh,
What a height.
oh! Jumping super high for that front flip. Great one hand. They're going for a double under off of one hand.
That's a really tricky move.
Triple under with the ropes together. We've seen double a couple times. Have not seen that one. And a great flip to end
A
the routine.
clean front flip to end the routine. Well done, guys. Wow.
They were flipping so high over and over.
Station 1, 2174.
Let's take a look at these highlights. Yeah, jumping up onto that one arm. Love how
And
that
look at the
skill looked.
turner. Look at the turner. How precisely he's turning. Wow. And the focus.
Now that's a technique we call drag turning, right? Where the turners are reaching all the way down and across and sliding the rope across the ground to make sure that skill is going to work.
Make sure that they give enough room to the jumper to fit in the ropes.
A lot of
Everyone
big
ready?
moves, guys. Way to go,
Here we
USA. Now on the floor, this is Canada. All right, kicking it off with a wheel sequence. Nice kip into the ropes again.
Turning backwards.
Under the leg for that handoff. Oh, and an under the leg in the middle. Nice, handing it off while she was going down into that frog. One hand. Oh, great execution. A lot of control switching from that slow to the fast to the slow. Chaining together a whole bunch of push-ups and crabs there. Got a little caught up at the end, but they're going into a multiples. Oh, a 6 under.
And they nailed it.
Great job. Have not seen much of that.
Oh, that turner. Wow.
Bunch of multiple variations there with about 4 revolutions of the rope per jump. Oh, great job fighting for it. Way to go, Canada. They just barely made it through that last sequence there. You can see the ropes were getting a little wavy, but they still kept it under control, kept getting over the rope with every jump. Nice work, Canada.
There's that 6. Oh my God.
Station 2, 453
Beautiful.
line from Hong Kong, China. Chuck Kim, Chuck Q, and Chuck K.
Nice. That was the combo I was talking about. Really tough to pull it off. Good job, Canada.
They're happy. They should be very happy. Up next, we're having Hong Kong on the floor.
Doing a quick little warm-up here.
Everyone
I think we can
ready?
expect a really fast-paced routine.
Here we go.
Nice. Multiple under with a variation there. During that back, oh my gosh, great power skills.
They're not even using single bounces.
I like how the jumper in the middle said one more. Wow, what a combo. He said, look at me, whoa!
That rope control is out of this world.
Catching both handles during that front flip on the left there, that was absurd. Great Webster, this routine is so strong.
I mean, I think I have my new favorite.
Very acrobatic, unique, and powerful. All right, they're getting set up for something here. Definitely waiting for some button of the music. Talking it over. Here it goes. Oh, what? I've never seen anything like that one. Stalling the feet against the turner in time with the music so perfectly too.
That is a blind turning there. Imagine the practice which goes into that.
A little trip up over the ropes, but nice pose.
Well done, well done. I would be surprised if that wouldn't make it to the top 6.
Again, a lot of highlights in that routine. They did have that one longer miss and pause in the middle, but check this out.
They're doing double unders while all of their arms are restricted.
Both turners had various levels of restriction. Yeah, that was my favorite part of that whole routine. From that TS position, floating both handles just long enough to swing that front flip, and then that stall off the back perfectly in time with the music.
I mean, it was strong.
A very unique and brilliant routine. Now we're looking at Belgium with a double under coming off of those hands. Oh, leapfrog straight into that split position. Imagine jumping high enough to clear a whole person and landing in a split.
Beautiful splits, beautiful execution.
Oh my gosh, a whole bunch in a row. Gonna have to stretch after watching this.
Also perfectly on the music.
Hitting plenty of those music cues here. Each of those power moves, great switch. Keeping it dynamic. Whoa!
Oy.
Running far into that 3/4 front flip. Nice hand hop with turning variations. Another split.
Those double unders are so smooth, one wouldn't even recognize them.
Going really well for the, oh!
A TS double with a wheel.
Oh, great wheel section. A whole bunch of double unders and all sorts of different variations. An interesting turntable in the crab position. Definitely a less common trick in these routines. Another multiple to the split. Wow.
Wow. An extremely strong routine from Belgium. Well done, girls.
P45, Station 2.
And extremely strong splits across that whole routine.
Hong Kong, China. Ming-He, Ho-Hong, and Kai Ming.
Great combo there.
That was, wow.
You can look at the turns, you can see all those, and the great split there. I said it before, I'll say it again. Great splits, the whole routine.
Ready?
All right, nice work, Belgium. Up next, taking the floor. This is Hong Kong. Nice quadruple under landing in that crab. Oh, going for some more TS turning. Diving into the ropes and landing on his hands. Still good control. Landing on the one hand. Once again, oh my gosh. Flying in and out of these frogs. Getting a shocking, whoa! A shocking amount of height on all of those frogs. And great control and execution. Nice cheek gainer. Perfectly in time with the music too.
Those use of the beats, wow.
The turning on the left, I had never seen that variation before. Hong Kong killing it today in the double F singles event. Whoa! Big round off full. It's a 360 backflip going into this wheel sequence.
With a TS wheel restricted, wow.
Good, good, save it, let's go. Everyone's doing the whole combo together.
All right, I'm speechless.
Yeah, that was powerful.
I am speechless. This routine, just wow.
I don't even know where I would score these routines anymore. We've seen so many good ones already. And this one, I mean, all these variations are so difficult. And then I've seen a lot of new ones, right? We see a lot of the teams using the same variations. Oh, but that release into the double under, into the one hand
That
frog.
needs some perfect timing there.
Outstanding work, Hong Kong. That was amazing. Up next, we have another routine from Hong Kong, this time in the female division. This is the
Everyone
double-edged
ready?
singles freestyle event where 3 jumpers
we
are
go.
competing on the floor with 2 ropes. All right, Hong Kong kicking it off with some backwards turning and under the leg crosses, crossing both arms underneath the leg at the same time. Ooh, getting a little caught up in that switch. It looks like they're trying to keep up with the beat of the music, which can always make those transitions more difficult. Nice switch up here. Ooh, rushing out of the ropes to get there in time. Great moment for presentation there.
Those turner involvements are really great. They have a lot of restricted arm positions, and remember, every time they restrict their arms, that's gonna be a plus level in difficulty. Oh wow, that was that was a release from a wheel.
Whoa! What a neat turning variation. Switching once again. Backward turning on that double under. Oh, the ropes got
Nice
really
save.
wavy there, but yeah, they
Nice
made it
save.
through. Regained a lot of control here.
That just displays a lot of experience and practice.
Great pinwheel where they're turning the ropes. Oh, nice.
They had some really awesome saves as well. Well done, girls. Well
246.
done.
Station 2.
You could see they were trying to keep up with their
3, 2,
music
4
that
from
whole
the
time.
USA. Mason, John, and Foster.
Yeah, that fast sequence there, and then that really interesting trick they were going for. Some under the leg crosses. Yeah, a lot of like things where they're doing 2 degrees of crossing at the same time.
We're not seeing same routines, right? Like literally every single routine is completely different.
All right, taking the floor right now from the United States, this is Mason, John, and
Everyone
Foster. Coming all the way from Maryland, joining us here in Colorado Springs. The interesting beginning pose, going with some backward multiples to kick it off. Looks like they're going for this next combo here. Oh, a powerful one-handed monkey flip, that one's called. A back tuck perfectly in time with the music. Great turning with that aerial. Oh, great work saving that there. Double under
Beautiful doubles.
on both sides of that frog. Great wheel switch. 1 for 6, and another 6 with variations. Wow. One of the trickier multiple sequences we've seen today, and they're still going. Oh, it almost looked like wheel with that switch. Got a little tangled on that 3/4 front flip there.
So far, so clean. Now they're gonna fix it fast. Yep.
Oh, another double under on the frog.
Oh, what a
a
nice
snappy
catch.
release. Like that handle was made out of magnets or something.
I'm telling you, the creativity these athletes are bringing out of this world. Well done. Well done.
Nice work to our team from the USA.
47. Station 1. 4, 4, 5, 5.
You'll see these
from
highlights
Japan.
here.
Ryoka,
That
Reina,
one
and
arm,
Tao.
little off-axis back handspring looking thing. And then right into this nice back tuck. They caught him perfectly with the ropes.
And they're smiling through it.
Yeah, and then-
making it look really easy.
Catching that release mid-multiple and keeping it going. Outstanding work, guys. Behind the back cross from John there.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Nice work, team. Now we got another routine from Japan. Ooh, great turning on that. Because see how small those ropes are? It's going to give them a little more control, but way less room for error.
Also, great use of the music.
Nice turning behind the back with that double under there. Rushing to get back on their count with the music. Oh, turning that on the opposite way they would typically do it. Going for a switch into this wheel sequence. Oh, and changing all the way around. Oh, that was sweet moves.
Bringing those Japanese styles. Oh, what?
Whoa! Great control on all those double unders. These are all double unders right now. Really fast pace.
Super smooth. Well done.
Nice job, Japan.
Nice job, girls.
A really high energy routine. Was loving all the movement.
And really fast too.
Bianca, Simon, and Mark.
I love that wheel switch there. Everyone was involved. Everyone was in the ropes.
And even if this is your first day seeing a jump rope competition, even by now it's really fun that you can also pick up on the different styles of the different countries, right?
Everyone ready?
You can see all the influences and how they train together. All right, up next we've got Germany taking the floor. A little tripped up on their opening wheel sequence. Nice one-arm frog. Whoa! Really tricky turning.
Speaking about the different styles, you can see that Germany has a more elegant way of jumping, I would say.
Yeah, I always call it a very competitive style, right? Where it's a very calculated how the routine is created with keeping the points in mind the whole time.
Yeah, most of these jumpers are actually making these routines on paper, right? Like they're actually counting the different difficulties of different skills, adding, you know, the turner involvements. Like right now we're seeing, wow.
That was one of the most difficult turning variations we've seen yet. You can see on the left, who's jumping through the ropes while doing all those crosses.
With doubles, with doubles.
Nice. Way to get through that power sequence. Setting up for something here. Oh, nice.
Beautiful.
One-handed cartwheel. Really great execution on that. Good. Nice work on that power sequence once again. Oh, double under both sides of the frog. A great way to end that routine. Really strong finish.
Awesome job.
Station 1, 4452 from Hong Kong, China. Kei Ting, Ting Ho, and
Yeah,
Ji
putting
Yeah.
in all that turning efforts there. Look, they're turning backward for this sequence. And this whole section.
Look.
Jumping
Wow.
through on the left side there.
And also a huge shout out to the other turner, right? Because that person also has a lot of responsibility to control the rope while the other one is literally blind turning them.
Everyone ready?
Nice work.
we go.
Team up next, we've got Hong Kong taking the floor. Diving into the ropes, landing on the hands. Nice one-arm frog. Another really fast-paced routine from Hong Kong. Matching the music very well.
Beautiful power sequence. Oh wow, little miss there. Doing double unders while they're performing power skills can be really tricky.
Getting set up here for their next combo. Whoa, on the left. Some really difficult and intricate moves with the ropes. Now going into another double under sequence, ending with some one-arm frogs. Backwards. Switching here into this. Oh, great work on that wheel. Oh, just barely caught the toes.
Waiting for that music. Oh, I can understand why. A nice beat muse.
Ooh. Waiting for that perfect moment.
Nice job.
Nice end to the routine.
Well done.
Managed to get one more jump in there.
Couple of misses, but overall great
Station 2,
routine.
That's right. And
2486
these misses,
from Canada.
not only,
Rowan and Caitlin.
oh, here we go. Check out this wheel sequence going under the leg. And yeah, those misses, not only are they acting as a penalty and they can hurt things like presentation, but those are creating moments where you're not doing other tricks, right? And that empty time in your routine can really take away from the points that you could possibly get. Because
Yeah.
it's not an average of the difficulty, right? It is not an average, but a sum. So the more tricks you can do in that time, the higher you're going to score.
Of course, and if you have a miss, then that just, you know, reduces your time to do skills.
All right, we've got Canada taking the floor. Everett, Rowan, and Caitlin.
Everyone ready?
A really strong
Here we
trio
go.
out of Canada. Let's see what they've got for us today. Side flip. One of the
really-
least common. Oh, stomach jump.
Wow. Powerful start.
Really fun to watch so far. Huge backflip from Rowan right there.
Beautiful control. Ooh, wow.
Flying in that push-up. What a strong jumper. All right, let's see what Caitlin's got. Nice hand up. Oh, way to go through that sequence. All those double unders on each side. Nice 3/4 front flip. Great kick on that. Excellent execution. So far, a great routine. Keep it up. A bunch of multiples. There were some quadruple unders. Nice. You can see that drag turning technique with the push-up on the left there for a moment. Ouch, those elbows. Setting up for a 6th, and they got it. That's 6 revolutions in one jump. Here comes a big leapfrog into a front flip. Wow, they are doing so great. Keep it up, keep it up. Oh, some handle passing around the back there during those multiple unders. Big back flip to finish it, and they got it clean. Come on, Canada. Excellent showing, Everett, Rowan, and Caitlin.
This is our first clean routine.
A perfect display of double Dutch. Way to go, Canada.
4450 from Germany.
Loving the side flip at the beginning. What I was going to say before I was too distracted by that stomach jump is it's one of the least common flips you'll see in jump rope, right? It's normally very hard to get a rope around versus a front flip or a back flip.
What an ending. Well done. Great job. Great job, guys.
Here we go.
All right, taking the floor. This team is Germany. Nice.
Also, we can see a really elegant and, as you said, competitive jumping here.
Very competitive, very intentional with the way they make these routines. Keeping the rule book in mind, and you can see that right here with all of these high-level skills. Wow, so much control.
Really
Despite
powerful.
all the crosses. Nice front flip into the ropes. Great hand hop, too. A lot of height on that, actually. Nice 3/4 front flip with a backward turning happening on the left. That was a double under.
Beautiful aerial.
A really powerful trio we're looking at right now.
And a really clean routine so far, too. Oh, that was a really
cool.
great on the music.
A very clever way to move across the floor. And you know the judges are going to take that into account for the presentation, right? The presentation score acting as a multiplier.
Well done, Germany.
An amazing, like, first 3/4 of that routine. I mean, so clean and so strong. And you can see that they keep all those rules in mind, right? I mean, those are all high level, high difficulty, very intricate moves.
You can see how the Australians are cheering for the next team because we have Australia on the floor right now. We can see a mixed team. Because remember, we have female division, we have a male division, and we have mixed division.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Right here, this is Christian, Lyric, and Rebecca.
Really controlled
great work.
turning.
Oh, right on beat. Hitting all the buttons of the music with these power moves. So far, a really strong start. And moving across the floor with the cross, always such a big risk, right? When you're moving, there's a chance of getting closer or further from your other turner.
A lot of practice needs to go into that.
And that will affect the shape,
wow.
which will affect where the jumper should be. Nice work. So fast with those turntables. Great hand hop into that double under. Whoa, good front flip. They got to watch out for that green line in the back, right? That's out of bounds there. They got to stay inside that green box. Looks like they're setting up for something here.
A nice wheel sequence.
Whoa, fitting that push-up in wheel can be really difficult.
Oh,
good save, good save. The wheel section's being especially difficult to save because if one rope catches up to the other, it's a disaster. That was an amazing routine.
2192 from the USA.
Nice and musical and
Jordan,
perfect timing on that leapfrog there.
I love the power and the height. Wow.
That was so fast.
Great job, guys.
Great work, Australia. Up next on the floor, we've got a team from the United States. This is Jordan, Kylie, and Cameron. Backwards. Oh, backwards 6. I don't think we've seen that one.
Nope.
That's 6 revolutions of the rope going the opposite way than what is typical. Nice quadruple
Really
unders.
side turning.
Yeah, I like the toe touch happening in the middle there. Ooh, technical double unders with a jump through from the turner. Nice switch into that
Super
wheel.
creative switch there.
And great execution. Oh, it looks like they were going for some sort of assisted flip there. Got a little tangled.
Lots of creativity in this routine.
Oh, cool switch with the cartwheel. And a great angle to see it from. And they got to watch out for that green line in the back once again, especially while they're going sideways for that wheel. Nice, waiting for the ropes to come to her. Fast pace on this power sequence. Whoa, and she's still going. Oh my gosh.
That is some strength, which we see. Wow. Beautiful job.
Strength and endurance. That was a whole lot of moves in a row.
Station 2.
Well done, girls.
4630 from
Great
Germany.
showing from the USA.
Leon, Maria, and Eric.
And that's our arena right here. We're at the Ed Robson Arena in the Colorado Springs. And check out these standings. This is what we've got so far. First place with a score of 17. Oh my gosh, and look how close second and third were. Less than a point away. Not a really big margin. And that was for the female division. Remember, there's a female, a male, and a mixed division. This right here is the mixed division. From Germany, Leonie, Maria, and Eric. Eric crushing this power combo right now.
He's flying.
Oh, great execution on that front handspring. The control from the turners was amazing at the end there. Nice flexibility. Moving across the floor as a unit. You can see how well rehearsed they are, and this is that competitive style we were talking about. Very technical, very fast-paced, very intentional with the way they develop the routine.
Oh, everyone is in restricted positions. Wow, double under.
So strong. Both
So
the turning and the
smooth.
jumping. The split, ouch. Keep it up. Nice round off to the backflip. Overall, we're seeing a really great routine so far. Got a little tangled during that technical restriction there. Nice. Cross double under with that aerial. More under the leg stuff happening. Oh! They almost were able to save that one. Nice work. A really brilliant routine.
Well done, guys.
Station 1.
Great showing from Germany here. Yeah, that double under during the 360 crab. And then that
split.
huge multiple into the switch split.
Gorgeous execution.
And the turners did a great job keeping up during that round-off backflip. That lateral movement and keeping in line with one another.
Everyone ready?
All right, taking the floor right now. This is Denmark. A little slip of the handle right here at the beginning. But that should not affect them too badly. Here we go. Nice. Jumping onto the hands here.
Oh, amazing.
A fun use of the worm in the double left routine. Oh, everybody jumped at the same time.
Great use of the music there.
Ooh, a multiple happening during that aerial. And a great landing on the aerial, too. We've seen a lot more stumbling happening than that. Very strong. Got to watch out for that green line there. Switching, moving back toward the center. Ooh! Managed to fit through there despite the rope touching itself there. Great hand hop.
Beautiful shape.
Nice turntable during that
A lot of power. Well done, girls. Great job. A couple of misses, but it is a very strong routine.
4-6-3-2 from Hong Kong,
Well, a lot of
China.
strong power moves. I mean, they were getting off the ground well and landing really smoothly.
Oh, yeah.
I had mentioned that
I
earlier.
love that move.
And so one of the advantages of having shorter ropes, you'll see some of these teams here with the shorter ropes. Looks like this next team from Hong Kong has slightly shorter ropes. It decreases the chances of those ropes hitting each other, right?
Everyone ready?
We've got Hong Kong on the
Here
floor
we go.
right now. Whoa, elephants happening. Elephants meaning two arms crossed under the same leg.
It's really interesting because they're doing the restrictions before the power move is executed, right? Like they're coming out of the restriction position when they're doing the power. Great use of the music there.
Nice movement in this wheel. Whoa, a lot of switches in a row there. Nice, still on beat with the music. Such a fast song to try to keep up with.
Yeah, you've been talking about the shortness of the rope. Also, I think it's interesting to mention that the shorter the rope is, also there's a chance to miss because the jumper really needs to hit that perfect middle point of the rope.
That middle point shrinks with the small rope. Moving on to this next section here to try to stay on the cues of their music.
Also, normally there's a leader between these jumpers who actually call the next action, right? If there's a miss, to know when to continue and where to continue.
2175 from Canada.
Yeah, look at this
Sydney,
opening
and
here.
Jenny.
They had the crosses happening under the leg, and not just the regular one where one arm is on top, right? That offers a little bit more control. They had both arms underneath in a trick that is called an elephant. Do you know why they call it an elephant? I always thought it looked like a trunk and tusks. I don't know if that's true.
I have no idea, but actually I love the name.
Maybe it was invented by Mr. Elephant.
I think we have some cool names in jump rope.
Right here, we've got
Everyone
Team
ready?
Canada
Here we go.
taking the floor in the double Dutch singles event. That's 3 jumpers, 2 ropes. Let's see what they got for us. Oh, clearing the rope. And wow, what a really interesting way to scoop that. So unique and exciting. Yeah, the judges are going to love this routine so far.
I mean, we're like, I don't know what heat are we at, but we're still seeing new things.
Oh, going for a really technical double under sequence there. Lily, Sydney, and Jenny right now.
Beautiful turning there.
And remember, anytime they can do something that make the judges' eyes widen a little bit, show off anything unique. I mean, they've been here for, several hours. Whoa, anything that can break it up like that awesome back handspring combo is going to work in their favor. Nice, round off into another round off to push up. A very visual combo, I like that one.
This whole routine is extremely visual with all the switches, all the movement, wow, all the super creative things like that.
Yeah, we saw that one competed earlier today a couple times in 2-wheel, but I've never seen it done with ropes that large before.
We've seen some movements here which we've never seen before.
Great
Well
job.
done, girls.
Great job, Canada. I love this part of their team. This
Oh,
is my favorite.
yeah, mine
Clearing the
too.
rope
Ah.
and the other jumper, and then jumping in from the side in that push-up. So cool. Well done. Yeah, I love that routine. Great job, Canada.
Interacting with the judges, with the audience. Yeah, they're happy. Well
There
done,
they are.
well
Leave the
done.
floor. Go get some water.
Yeah, well
Up
done.
next, we've got Korea on the floor. Getting all set here. Just getting all the tablets for the judges ready. Remember, these routines are scored in real time.
Here we go.
So the judges have a complicated process with the tablet to get set up before the routine. There it is. Nice and multiple into that split.
We can see that they're using a slightly longer rope.
It can be difficult to control for those flips sometimes. Nice double unders, this full power combo. Go, 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 go. Woo, they made it.
It was as if they were doing single. Wow.
Oh, that side semi was effortless.
Smooth.
I mean, I don't know if it was effortless, but it certainly looked it.
Oh, yeah.
Nice assistant flip into the ropes. Oh, turning behind the back of that cross. A really different way to get back from that wheel into the double ledge.
These multiples seem so effortless.
Oh, leg hurdle. Oh,
to
with the
a
thread.
frog.
That was a really unique move there. Oh,
Wow.
like a 2-foot takeoff into that round off.
Again, a routine packed with things we've never seen so far.
4-5-1 from Hong Kong, China.
Yeah, that multiple was huge. Then that movement just in general so fast. Yeah, I like that part a lot. Bringing the foot back through, threading the needle. That was a great routine from Korea.
Well done, guys.
Everyone ready?
You can see behind them, the next team on the floor is going to be Hong Kong. Getting in their beginning
Everyone
pose.
ready? Here we go.
Starting off with a double under, landing on one hand. A really risky start, but it paid off for this crew. Oh my gosh, really fast pace for the power moves once again. Turning under the leg, essentially that whole sequence.
There was not a single bounce where the turners didn't have restricted positions.
Great start to this routine, girls. Whoa, pulling a double under during the wheel. Front flipping into the ropes. Great backwards multiple.
I think we can agree that Hong Kong has a really great way to turn multiples. So effortless, so smooth.
I mean, it seems like in all of their routines so far, they've had really technical turning throughout the whole routine.
Yep.
A lot of elephants happening, a lot of toes, and a lot of that leg over Kruger action. Whoa! Sending that 3/4 front flip. Jumping a quad into that split.
Changing the direction of the rope.
Doing it again, but backwards. Oh, a really fascinating way to get the ropes moving for the end.
Love the ending pose. Well done, girls. Great job.
53. Station 2.
Their teammates are happy.
4-6-2-5 from Denmark. Ellen, Leah, and Marcus.
Well done. We're seeing some preliminary standings of the double dice single freestyle male category.
And just like that female, we had first place with a massive
lead. But then the
almost double second place.
third, fourth are really close to each other.
All of them in a row, less than a point.
Less than
different.
a point.
And I mean, look at the scale, right? 22 points, 1 point is such a small margin. So many great routines today. All right, taking the floor. This is Denmark. In the mixed division, starting with some nice and technical jumps here. Oh, everybody jumped through at the same time during that power move.
The shape of the rope is perfect.
Wow.
Those doubles are effortless.
Those doubles, they're turning the rope nearly at the same time, but they're not hitting each other. Nice worm.
On the beat, on the music. Extremely clean routine so far.
And over the ropes on both sides.
Come on, like you cannot even see that there are doubles.
Those double unders are so fast. Typically people need to like jump really high to get a double under.
That's right, that's correct.
But
not these guys.
No, it just goes under magically. Rolling into the ropes. Oh, with a handstand. One arm and then another frog there. Frog being the handstand jump that you see a lot in jump rope across all events. Nice backwards turning.
A clean routine. We just saw a perfectly clean routine from these guys. Well done.
Yeah, that's going to score really well.
Really well.
Especially with all those double unders mixed in.
7-2 from Belgium.
Those double unders were effortless the whole time, yeah. Seems by every moment where they were all facing each other is when a double under was happening. Right there was another one.
Oh, I love that power move.
Phenomenal execution.
I love seeing when they're so happy after a
Yes,
routine. That
way
is
to go.
the moment. Up next, we're having Belgium on the floor.
Ooh, right on time with the music. And like Denmark, Belgium was just fitting in a whole lot of multiples during those power moves. Oh, great. And a restriction with those multiples, too.
I think
Whoa.
turning a double under split is also extremely difficult.
Wow. Making it through that CS with ease on the left side. Great. Oh! Outstanding assisted flip there. Just flying off of the hands in that round-off. That was really smooth.
A really technical routine.
Belgium is doing a fantastic job so far. And another double under. All these double unders fitting in with the beat here.
Yep. Oh,
Ooh, a little far back in the ropes, but still managed to fit. Being in the center of the rope is always the best spot, right? That's where the rope is going to be the lowest. That's where it's going to be the easiest to jump over.
so
Really
far a perfectly clean routine.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this routine's going to score very highly, too. I mean, it's just been packed with tricks. Yes! They did it! Another clean routine. Like 2 in a row. Wow.
Great job, girls.
Very technical.
2-4-8-3 from
Very
Belgium.
impressive. And you can see how intentional it is. The design of the routine made with the scoring in mind.
I love that switch.
Nice work, Belgium.
I love
Smiling before the last
know,
part.
yeah, when they know that it is clean and it was clean. Oh my god.
Laying down. Must be the altitude, right?
Yeah.
Everyone ready?
Yeah, they're here from
Here we
Belgium
go.
in Colorado Springs. This routine is also a team from Belgium.
This is also a very, very experienced team with a lot of medals.
Wow, big multiple into the push-up.
Oh, that switch.
I don't even know when the switch happened. Connected. Oh, watch for that green line behind you. Oh, she saw.
She saw it.
Wow. An explosive opening.
Come on, guys.
Chaining together a couple of those one-handed push-ups.
With doubles, seamless doubles.
They're moving across the floor with ease.
Oh, that combo from a split to a push-up with a double under.
Outstanding work with that kid clearing the rope.
Just the height with which he's jumping. Effortless. Also great use of the music and the beat.
Whoa! Got a little tripped up there on the wheel. They're going for a lot of restrictions.
Well done, guys. A couple of misses, but overall a really strong routine.
Yeah, once again, we saw another routine from Belgium. Just packed full of restrictions and multiples during the power moves. I mean, back when I was, doing these double X routines, there would be like a power sequence, and then there would be a multiple sequence, and then there would be like a turn or restriction part, and so all efforts could be focused on each of those things. But I mean, the sport has evolved so much now that you see just everything happening at the same time, the entire routine.
That's right. I remember when doing a multiple or like a double under a push-up was like, wow.
Yeah. And right here, speaking of power moves, from the USA, we got Alex, Annalie, and Haley, a super strong bunch. Just acrobatic athletes you're going to see right here. Aerial straight into back tuck during the wheel.
This is just so satisfying to watch.
Pace, big smiles.
Oh, that switch there.
Under the leg, multiple with that wheel. 6 under, double under, both sides of that frog, jumping onto the hands and off. Really technical wheel move with the aerial squeeze into the middle there.
just a change of the rope.
Everybody's jumping.
Wow.
That's so fun. Oh, big multiple right out of it. Keep it up, ladies. Nice front handspring, scooping on both sides. A little under-rotated, and she's turning in a split on one side. Oh, going to save it. There it is. Oh, almost. All right, heading into the next section here. Let's see what they got. Nice front flip with the pinwheel, and the turners were doing aerials.
And they
I
made it.
cannot believe they made it through that one.
I just cannot believe that happened.
Whoa, a
Wow.
stack happening with the AS. This routine is insane so far. Nice back handspring. And this power combo is just endless.
Oh, wow. I think I have my new favorite. Well done,
Great
girls.
routine, USA. Alex, Annalie, and Haley.
This was awesome.
4, 6, 3, 4 from
Pure
Korea.
joy to watch.
Yusong and Hanji.
Oh, that speech.
Yeah, a really powerful routine from this Idaho-based trio. I love that part too. Everybody jumping the one rope together like a single
Oh,
rope,
and
straight to that
then
multiple.
it was so unexpected, no? Like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, the judges are going to love that one too.
Yeah.
Certainly a different style from the others, right? This is
Yeah.
what I was talking about before. You can see the different countries with their different styles, and this country is Korea on the floor right now. What? Front handspring to, what was that, the bridge position?
I
I've
know, I
never
cannot-
seen that. I don't know if anybody's done that.
No, I cannot even commentate on that. Like, it's just wow.
Wait, that was amazing. Korea still with a clean run after what was my favorite moment of the day so far.
Yeah.
Nice V kicks, chain them together. Another one of those monkey flips.
Oh.
Wait, they're still going? That was with under the leg turning the whole time. Off the head. A brilliant routine.
Also some really cool turning involvements.
A little tripped up there. A very unique routine so far. Nice work. Yusong setting up for something big here. Nice side flip. Really lofty. Jumping on the knees.
And with the turn.
With one at a time. Yo.
Wow.
So many creative acro moves there.
P56.
I don't think we're going to see, remember at the beginning where I was like, oh, we're not going to see hand hops like that. That was totally not true. But I don't think we're going to see these moves again.
I mean,
Yeah, those hand hops were amazing. And the restricted turning on the left. Loved the side flip. Whew. Just barely getting him in the ropes there. That whole section on the knees at the end. Yeah, I could watch this routine like 12 more times. You jumping with his feet together like that, that was... Remember, that's hardwood floor, right? That's not a spring floor. That's not soft.
Here we go.
All right, taking the floor right now, we've got Canada. Jordan, Jenna, and Sophie. Starting off with wheel. In time with the music. Caught a little bit of toes there.
quick fix though.
Nice power combo. Oh, all the way through to the split.
See
Brilliant.
again, we're seeing creativity in every single routine. Beautiful shape.
Oh. Into the next section here. Nice hand hop. Really strong. Rolling over. Great design on that move. Handing it off in that cross position to get back to the double dutch. See, they switch from wheel back to the double dutch. Nice switch. Whoa, turning the ropes in one hand here.
Nice job. Well done, girls.
Good work, Canada. Definitely love that power combo at the beginning with the crab jumping up the side of the leg through to that split.
Also the interaction with the judges
Yeah,
whenever
that's what I
they're
was
out
talking
of the
about.
ropes. Yeah. Oh,
That part
wow.
was brilliant. Oh, it
Perfect.
even looks like the ropes clicked a little bit there, but they managed to save it. Nice wheel here. Really smiley for that transition. Great showing from Team Canada. Up next on the floor, we've got a team from Australia.
Here we go.
Luke, Belinda, and Ben. featuring some of the most decorated athletes of all time in this sport. Right there in the middle, that is Luke. I mean, he has been winning jump rope competitions
That was
for
such a
a
fix.
decade straight. And this is why.
The pace of this routine is out of this world.
They
wow.
just fit in so many power moves in that little time. And they're
look,
still going.
Look at the concentration on their faces.
Great.
Also, seamless doubles.
I mean, you can tell they are veterans of the sport with the control on all these multiples.
Oh, God, that
Ooh.
turning.
Excellent turning. Another hand hop into more power. Super clean routine so far. Keep it up. Oh, great. Great height on that. Oh my gosh, the turning is just working so perfectly. Nice, floating the handle, and then floating his whole body with that aerial. Spinning a quadruple under before that push-up position happened.
So smooth.
Oh my gosh, I think they're gonna do it. And a clean routine from Australia.
Well done,
Wow.
guys. Great job.
Outstanding efforts.
P57.
Way to go. All three of them, an excellent display. That's Luke there in the middle. Like I said, over a decade of just crushing it. And that's right, the ropes were clicking, but they just fought straight through it. Yeah, I love the float of the handle and then a
Beautiful switch.
gorgeous aerial into the ropes. So fast on all those power moves. I mean, the rope is just barely getting up to his hands before he lifts them. I mean, they got it down to the millisecond. They know exactly when everything needs to happen and where, and they all jump through that flip at the end.
And they're so happy.
Wow, they really did a fantastic job. I have a feeling we're going to see that routine again.
Yeah.
Remember, this is the prelims, right? So they're all fighting for the top 6 spots in each category. So they have a chance to compete again at the finals this weekend.
That's right. And now we are having Team France on the floor. And I personally extremely enjoy watching these girls jumping.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
Nice start with the double under coming down from that frog. Ooh, super close to the turner there, but they made it work. Jumping onto the forearms.
They're so strong.
Great
Nice
recovery there.
recovery.
It's always a nice thing to see when the jumper doesn't have to get out of the ropes to make a recovery happen.
Yeah, that means that they practice that a lot of times.
Really strong so far. Really acrobatic. Nice. Oh!
Oh!
Turning into push-up position. They're moving all around the floor. Huge multiple into that push-up. Wow, the control is excellent from both turners. Fitting in a lot of double unders. The feet are so close to the turner on the left there. Did you see that? But they still made it work. And their ropes are really small. Nice. Backflip with the quadruple under
quad.
and under the leg at the end during that same multiple. Oh, the ropes got a little floppy, but no problem for them. Oh, a little slip on that multiple. They decided to end their routine with that. The music was ending.
P57.
Great job, France. I can't wait to see these highlights. That was an outstanding routine.
With a lot of acrobatic skills.
Yeah, it seemed like that whole routine, somebody was either sideways or upside down.
Yeah.
And sometimes it was the turners.
Well done, girls.
Up next on the floor, we've got our team from Hong Kong. This is a very experienced crew right here. And remember, they're competing, like I was saying before, for those spots. And for the finals, which are going to be debuted on Olympics.com. All right, here they go.
Perfectly on the beat.
Oh, whoa! Turning behind the back and backwards, switching the handles around for the other TS position right there, Chu Ting was.
Do you see how small space does the jumper have to jump? Wow.
Oh my gosh, they're just chaining together endless multiples, fitting that back handspring between those turners and those small ropes. No easy task. quadruple under landing into push-up position.
They're slowing down the
And
rope,
he said,
changing the
"Watch
pace.
this." Yeah, they're fitting with their music really nicely.
Waiting for that music.
Hey! Running sideways on his hands. A super clever trick. You could hear the audience.
Oh,
What?
that switch was a release.
Oh, another one! Switching with the release into the front flip. Oh, I love this routine. It is brilliant.
Come on, guys, come on.
These switches are just 0 seconds. They're just
0.
like letting go of the handles and they just stay in the air and then they just run on the ropes.
Yeah. And the synchronicity with the music. Oh my God, this was amazing. This was
Great
amazing.
job from Hong Kong. What a fun routine to watch. I mean, that was certainly a crowd pleaser. I think the judges are going to love it too. Yeah, you can hear him make a noise for him.
They're so happy. I love seeing when the athletes are having a great time on the floor, right? It's just,
Yeah.
wow, so satisfying to watch.
Chu Ting, such a smiley athlete. And yeah, I love that part where he's running sideways in the handstand. One of my favorite parts of today also.
Here we go.
All right, taking the floor right now. This is Australia. Gemma, Chloe, and Naomi. Nice. Turning and under the leg. And I mean spinning while turning.
Really great on the music.
Again, a lot of power combos that are lasting like 12, 13, 14 jumps. Nice multiple landing in that crab. It can be really tricky to jump up from that super low position.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
That was a great execution on that front walkover. Nice round off as well. They're doing a great job fitting those longer acro skills in. Those typically are done with the ropes going the same direction with like a pinwheel or something, but they're fitting it all in the regular double edge pattern with crosses and under the legs and everything like it. There's that wheel pattern I was talking about where the ropes are going the same way. Yeah, they're fitting in a front flip at the end of the routine. It's always really difficult to add in those acro moves at the end of the routine, right? That's when you're fatigued, that's when you're tired. Still a great landing on that front flip. That was a great showing from Australia.
Great job, girls.
And you can see behind Team Australia, the next team taking the floor from Belgium. This is the Double Dutch Singles Freestyle event, right? And it's called Singles Freestyle because typically one person is jumping in the rope at a time. There's only 3 athletes and 2 ropes. Belgium starting their routine with a multiple ending in a push-up. Whoa. Flipping while turning. Great execution, and that split was so low.
Again, effortless doubles
Oh my
under
gosh.
all those power moves.
Does that guy have extra hips? How did he do all those splits like that? All right, twisting around here into a wheel sequence, crossing under the legs, and behind the back, and under the leg, and behind the back at the same time.
With doubles.
Wow, I cannot believe they got through that push-up with the multiple. That is super technical. That front flip just flew. And the double unders are just coming out of nowhere, and they're not stopping. And they're not going anywhere. They're still doing double unders.
Doubles with restricted positions, with turns.
While the jumper is upside down.
That was a hand hop with a double.
An amazing routine so far.
I mean, the technicality and the precision of this routine is just out of this world.
Have they been clean so far? I mean,
They had 1 miss.
oh, the splits are crazy.
That was amazing. Well done, guys. Well
That was some
done.
of the best splits we've seen today. We've
Yeah.
seen a lot of good splits, but I mean,
Yeah.
those were just shocking every time, coming out of nowhere, jumping these multiples. Great job, Belgium. A really good routine. A lot of very lofty jumps. And like I was saying before, a very competitive style, very technical. Likely to be a very high-scoring routine.
It's going to be so tight, right? That first 6 spots.
Nice work. Belgium up next. You can see behind them taking the floor. In the black uniforms, we've got Hungary. Starting off with a wheel pattern with a behind the back TS
wow,
and AS
wow.
going backwards. Turning with one jumper, or one turner and a cross and one open. Jumping through the ropes with the jumper.
Those turnering movements are beautiful.
Wow.
Really technical.
And that was a really fast pace to do that under the leg release skill. Nice. I like how they stop the ropes, hit the angles.
This is an extremely fast routine. There's that wheel. Oh, an amazing fix there. Yep. Get it, girls.
All right, one-handed to two-handed. Oh, trying to drop down in that split. Couldn't quite fit in that wheel.
It's always really tricky to continue after a wheel.
Switching back to that more traditional double edge pattern. Oh, an interesting switch. Turning backwards, and nice release to end it. Oh, right on time with the music.
Well done, girls. Well done. Great job.
Nice work, Hungary.
From the USA, Jonathan, Matthew, and
Take a look at these highlights. Yeah, that multiple landing in the split. That was an interesting variation too with the ropes pulling out. And it can be tricky to move the ropes that fast and pull the ropes in and out, right? Because if you don't get all the way out, you're just going to smack your jumper upside the head. And those ropes are not going slow. Nice hand hop there. We saw on the replay. Oh, and turning all the way up and over. Up next from the United States of America, this is Jonathan, Matthew, and Ellie. Great hand hop while turning. He's jumping on his hands while he was holding that handle. I mean, really impressive work there. Nice front flip. Super strong routine so far. Very clean.
Also very short rope.
Whoa, just barely fitting through there. Great work.
Nice fix.
Oh, come on. They almost saved it with that jump. Got a little caught. Looks like they're working on this next sequence here, trying to figure out where to get back in. Great multiple sequence here. A couple quadruple unders.
With restricted hand positions. What a nice transition to the wheel.
Really fast multiples here. Oh, got a little bit caught on that wheel. Ellie putting on a show in the middle of the ropes there. Jonathan
Beautiful.
with the beautiful form. And great turning on the side from Matthew there.
Also really good on the beat.
And big smiles with a really well executed kick.
Oh, that split.
Nice front walkover too. Nice work from this crew out of Ohio.
Speed 60, Station 1, 5043.
Let's take a look at these highlights.
Lena, Celia,
Yeah, that
and
wheel at the
Valerie.
beginning, really well executed. That hand hop while holding the handle. So hard to pull off. Always a risk of slipping with your hand on the handle like that. And then the under the leg turning during that flip.
And that switch with the TS.
Wow, that multiple leading. And you could see did you see in the back the audience's mouth? Everyone just making O's.
We're having a team from Switzerland on the floor.
A little tangle on this wheel section. Wheel, of course, being one of the most difficult things to time. All right, back into that double edge rhythm. Right on beat. Oh, with the power moves. Switching who's turning and who's jumping. Everybody has to turn and everybody has to jump in this event. Making that entry back to this next section here. Oh, setting up for something. Nice front handspring. Going for the frog to push up.
Nice interaction there.
With the clapping going on. Got a little caught on that multiple, and it looks like they're going to end it there. They knew the end of their music was coming. These
Great
athletes
job.
practice with their music for hours upon hours upon hours, hearing that same song over and over. So they know exactly where the accents are. They know exactly when it's going to end. So you'll see if things don't go exactly as planned, they will make adjustments on the fly and know how to finish at the same time.
And a lot of times these athletes are practicing without the rope, just, you know, to make sure that they hit the moves, they hit the beat, and then slowly they add the rope.
Everyone ready?
All right, we've got a team from France right now. Looks like setting up for Noah to do back handspring into the ropes. Going for some multiples here. Double unders. Looks like they're going to try again. Oh, great. They managed to fit that whole power sequence in with those restrictions. Huge back tuck. Yeah. 4 revolutions during that backflip. Oh, nice double under and under the leg. Switching it up. Nice movement here. Oh, double under. Looks like they were going for a split.
Quick recovery.
And turning into push-up. Some of the best form we've seen on that one today, too.
That was really cool.
Really high front flip. Oh, crossing behind the back with both turners. They pulled it off. That's one of the hardest ones that we've seen today. I mean, there's absolutely no control on either side, and they still somehow made that work.
Great job. Few misses, but overall there were some really creative moves in that.
Heat 61. Station
Way to go,
2.
France. Let's take a look at these highlights.
0-0 from the USA.
Yeah, is this the frog to back tuck? Yeah, so high. And look at the revolutions going into the under the legs.
And both of the turners were restricted.
Outstanding efforts. France, yeah, that.
That one,
Oh, see how wiggly the ropes were?
yeah,
It's
they
so
made it,
hard to
but
control
they made
that.
it work. They made
Way
it
to
work.
go, France. Taking the floor right now from the USA. We got Camille, Francis, and Jacob. Another strong team out of North Carolina.
I think we can expect some high flies, some acrobatic moves.
Getting all those tablets set up for the judges. You can hear the support coming from the audience, and not just from the USA. And if you're tuning in just now, this is the IJRU World Jump Rope Championships. This is the biggest jump rope event of all time. Over 1,200 athletes have shown up from all over the world. And right now, they're competing in prelims
Here we go.
for a chance to compete at finals this weekend, which is going to be aired on Olympics.com. All right, here they go, starting their routine off. Nice jump through during the double under. A lot of really technical multiples here with the power moves. Oh, just barely got caught on that last one. All right, nice hand hop. Looks like they're still going,
With a
actually.
turn.
Whoa, good split.
Oh, and
save it,
such
yes.
a cool save.
And popping a 180 off of the back there to land in that push-up position. All right. Going to try that switch again with the big diving 180. And it looks like it's going to work out for them. Here they go, still moving through. A nice wrap happening on the left there, something under the leg. Oh, a little handoff during the multiples. Those ropes were flying for that trick.
I love that switch. Wow.
There we go. Super fast recovery. Like I said before, love it when nobody has to get out of the ropes to save it.
That was a
Great.
backwards CS double.
Turning under the legs every which way. Oh, jumping through for that multiple. Wait, I cannot believe they made it through that. The ropes were wiggling all over the place, but they still got it. A really good routine. People standing up in the audience to cheer for that one. Great
Super
job.
creative one.
Heat 62.
With so many multiples, I didn't even see them. Wow.
7 from Denmark.
Yeah, let's check out this switch here. That big dive, the 180 there, changing directions of the rope. And then
And
this whole
that
business.
one-handed push-up turn, so much power,
There's a lot
so
of
much strength.
steps in that turning trick as well.
Oh yeah. Wow, that backwards DS double.
Ooh, straight into another backward double with a push-up in the middle.
This was something else. Wow, well done. Well done. Great job, guys.
Up next, we've got some representatives from Denmark taking the floor. This is the mixed division. When double dutch and group events are competed in jump rope, right, there's a female, a male, and a mixed division. Here they go, starting off. I like the symmetry that they had going with the turners there. Hard to pull off because that means they're both affecting the same rope at the same time. And if you're doing something on the same side, that rope can get really tall, the other one get really short. Big risk of hitting the ropes together, but they're doing a great job so far. Big smiles on that kick. Gonna do numbers for their presentation. Oh, that leapfrog didn't need a run up at all.
Two of these guys are world record holders of the 1x60 double dutch speed sprints.
And I thought that grab during that turn on the ground was really cool.
Oh, these hand hops are so effortless.
And that three-quarter front flip, a pretty high landing for that one. A lot of other athletes we've seen just kind of hit the ground with their bottom, but she kept everything up on her feet.
A nice movement on the floor, too.
Ooh.
Wow.
Multiple on that round off tuck. Whoa.
That's a really interesting switch. With a lot of
I don't
movement.
even know if that was a wheel switch. I mean, they kept that double edge pattern. Whoa!
Yeah, so cool.
A back jump, but in the rarest form.
Well done. Great, great job.
Nice routine from Denmark. Go get some water. You deserve it.
Samantha, Eric, and Taylor.
I am tired just watching you all. So fast-paced with all those power moves.
And those doubles are so clean.
Staying as a unit across the floor.
1, 2. Wow.
This is something that I've seen a lot this year that I haven't seen in the past, right? A lot of those longer sequences like the round-off tuck, not just using it outside the ropes and then landing in, but staying in the ropes the whole time. Jumping over with the hands at the beginning of the round-off. Jumping over with the feet at the second half of the round-off. I mean, fitting all that in a row. Such a difficult task. Right here, we've got our team from the United States of America. Samantha, Eric, and Taylor. Excellent work so far. A big triple under with the ropes together.
A lot of different rope moves.
Switching it up. Nice cartwheel into that wheel movement.
I love all the different switches.
Hand
so
hop
creative.
while holding that handle. Whoa! Flying through the ropes. Super dynamic routine.
Perfectly on the music.
Love that handoff. Crossing while doing the wheel while drag turning. Drag turning meaning that they're really putting in that work to help their jumper get through, pulling that rope across the ground. Tall multiples. Eric getting way up over those double unders. One hand to two hands on those push-up, all the way around. Looks like they're turning backwards and with a cross. And they decided to end it right there. Nice work, USA. A lot of big switches.
Great job.
Heat 64. Station 2.
Let's take a look at those highlights right here. Yeah, this is one of the switches I was just talking about, right? With the cartwheel going in, and then
Hand hop while he was hand.
all the way across the floor, that nice front walkover business happening. All those power moves in the middle. Got a little tripped up at the end. Way to go, USA. Now taking the floor. Everybody, this right here in the white uniforms is Denmark.
Also, making a routine like this is so complex, right? Like, you choose the music, you combine the skills, you just play to everyone's strength. It's wow.
That's right, and it's been 3 years since our last international competition. So, I mean, they could have up to 3 years of practice before this event.
Yep.
Whoa!
That is a fast pace.
Especially the switch directions of the flip of the body, right? He was going back down.
Yeah, and he was doing a hand hop with a turn.
Really strong start for this crew. It looks like they're setting up for some more upside down jumps with some behind the back, under the leg. Oh, the knees! Oh my gosh. With no knee pads or anything. That's hard wood, everybody. Going for a hand hop there. Hand hops always being a little more difficult when you're facing the side. The distance between your hands is a little bit greater, right? Increasing that space that needs to be cleared in air.
Yeah.
Nice front handspring in the ropes. Whoa! One of the smoothest one of those we've seen with a jump on either side.
Oh,
hand hop, but
again?
not hand hop. It was a forearm hop.
Hardwood floor.
Oh my gosh, someone needs to get this team some knee pads and elbow pads. Nice handoff during the leapfrog. And landing that leapfrog straight into a frog.
Yeah. Wow.
Great control of the weight and the movement of the body.
It's like, I feel like that I'm holding my breath, right? While I'm watching a routine. This is the level of
I was holding my breath
difficulty.
during all these knee jumps and the forearm jumps and all that. I mean, yeah, look at that. Ow! That's a hard floor. Anything for the points, they said. Great work, Denmark. We love that routine.
Up next, we're having Belgium. This is a great and strong team from Belgium.
So right now the judges are getting set up. We're down to one panel of judges here, right? We had two before, and now there's just one panel because this is the mixed division only, right? We were alternating before between the mixed division and the female division. And it's really important that it's the same panel of judges every single time, right? That's why we can't switch judges' panels during the mixed division.
That is such a great
To
point.
keep everything super fair. Nice job, Belgium. So fast already. I mean, I feel like they've already completed 3 routines by now. Whoa! Oh! Landing all those hand hops on one hand at the end. Great. Way to fit everything in there. Belgium is getting really excited out there in the audience. Whoa, nice TS there, Alec.
On the beat, just right on the beat.
Oh, going for a one-handed frog. Smooth switch. Let's see what's next. Oh, a big split.
And they're slowing down the rope to the beat.
Yeah, that was a fantastic display of control. Wow. Normally you see it the other way, the jump from the 2 hands to the 1 hand, right? So you don't have to push off of 1 hand, but she did it the other way. Pushing off of 1 hand hard enough that she could jump up in the air and then land on 2.
Oh, wow.
Ending right on time with the beat. Excellent job, Belgium.
So many strong routines.
Definitely you can see a style developing across the Belgian routines. I mean, look at how fast those hand hops are. I mean, the room for error is 0.
Literally 0.
They just timed it so perfectly. And those 3/4 front flips looking strong to finish off the routine. Great job, Belgium. Taking the floor now. We've got a team from Canada.
I love the starting
Showing off
position.
the guns.
Here we go.
And showing off those muscles with the big backflip into the ropes. Off to one side, but they made it work. Great job, turners. Nice frogs. Great control. You can see the drag turning. They're putting in the effort to make sure that their jumper is having as much room as possible. Setting up for...
Oh! We haven't seen that one.
A little side flip roll over the back into the ropes. Really difficult to enter from over top of one of the turners.
Oh, she is a very strong jumper.
Awesome. Way to get up on all those. Got a little bit caught up in that wheel switch. Setting up for multiples. Oh, great work getting through that. Nice. On time with that bass drop there.
Yeah, that is really tricky when there's a multiple sequence to slow the rope down.
One hand to the forearms.
Yeah. A little trip there, but they made it work.
Jumping from the forearms back up to the push-up position. Nice kick up.
Well done. Great job, guys.
Great acrobatic skills. And awesome turning. You could see at a lot of points, I mean, the effort that those turns were putting in to make sure their jump is going to make it through. And the scoop happening during that. Yeah, look at that drag turning, reaching from one side all the way to the other. See how the rope doesn't even come off the ground a little bit during that? Getting the ropes to smack the wood floor without bouncing too is a difficult task.
It is a skill, right? Like, you really need to practice that.
That's right, and a lot of these athletes do a lot, several times a week.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we've got another crew coming all the way from our upstairs neighbors in Canada.
I love when athletes are enjoying themselves on the floor. It's like they're calming the nerves.
Here we go.
Let's see what they got.
Nice. Going for the three-quarter front flip to start it off, right? And always jumping up from that low position can be a challenge.
Oh, nice switch there.
Moving across the floor to set up that double dutch again. Ooh, trying to front handspring in during the restriction. Restrictions, of course, making it harder for the turners to make things work. Great power moves. There's that drag turning.
Oh,
whoa!
Beautiful aerial.
What? With no momentum. That was awesome. Behind the back turning for that round off entry. Great control switching under the legs to get it out. Great drag turning. Jumping through the ropes during the power move. There we go. You can see all the restrictions are happening at the same time as the power move, right? And that is done intentionally to increase to a maximum difficulty. Getting the most out of each skill that they do. Communicating right there on the fly. Jumping on the knees. Oh!
Perfect ending. Well done. Well done.
It's a great ending skill because you might not be able to jump after jumping on the knees.
That was a great power sequence.
Yeah, and look at the turn. Look at the ropes. They're,
look at
they
her
bounce
legs.
a little bit on the side, but then by the time they make it to the jumper, they're just flat on the floor.
So great. Wow.
And the restricted turning during all of those power moves. Great job. And you can see that the hands even being lifted at a syncopated time to fit the rope going across, going sideways. All right, taking the floor right now. This is a team from Korea. Traveled all the way from Korea to Colorado Springs to compete today at the International Jump Rope Union's World Jump Rope Championships.
I love that turn.
Whoa! Big front flip off of one leg, too. Nice with the music. Looking at the judges. Letting all the judges know that this is a good time to watch. Here we go. Fast power. They are on beat. Hitting all the cues.
You can see some Japanese influence, right? Like the style is very similar.
Oh, the roll over the back. Oh, watch out for that green line there.
Oh,
nice. Double unders.
Shapes.
And the rope stayed really taut that whole time, right? The wigglier they get, the less control they have.
Also, they're following the music just perfectly.
Fantastic aerial fit through there. Got a little caught up on the behind the back turning section, but now they are here. More hand hops. Really fast frog movements.
Well done.
And one at a time doing that three-quarter front flip.
Heat 69, Station 2, 4623.
Nice work, Korea. Look at that. Front flip off of one leg. Still powerful enough to get all the way around to the feet once again. And then,
oh, wow.
Great execution on those double unders with the big old kick happening during those power skills. And you can see how hard those turners are working to stay with their jumper during that aerial.
Up next, we're having Australia.
We've got Abby, Sammy, and Ruby. So far, I've been very impressed by this group this year. Lots of musicality shown, lots of technical ability. Excited to see what they have brought to the Double Dutch singles freestyle event.
It's so great to watch these guys
Everyone
compete
ready?
all through the events.
Here we go.
Oh wow, also fast-paced routine.
Nice quadruple under. Whoa, launching into the ropes off the feet. Getting all set up here. Got a little caught during that frog and the hand hop. Communicating where's the best point to come in. Whoa! That one-hand to two-hand hand hop, back handspring, jumping a quadruple under and then landing in the push-up. And this power combo just never ends. Way to go. Nice work so far. Jumping the rope
spin.
during the
Oh,
switch,
wow.
yeah. Excellent movements.
They have some really creative stuff as well.
Whoa, trying to save it. And another flip to end it. That's why they call him Sammy G Flips. I mean, he was doing acro moves that whole routine.
From Hong Kong, China. Guan Ho, Ying Nam.
Yeah,
There it
that
is.
switch was awesome.
Whoa. Great execution on that. A lot of times we'll see people jumping off of one foot to get that swing in the front flip.
Yeah, and imagine how secure you need to be to do that front flip, because like right before you're doing that, you're like focused on the switch itself.
Right, you're handing off the handle, you're looking at your partner,
Exactly.
you're communicating, and then boom, it's front flip time.
Yeah.
You should already be upside down.
Exactly. Like these moves just need to be in your body.
And you have to have a lot of trust in your teammates,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's
Make sure
right.
that they're not going to catch you with the rope
Everyone
That's right.
ready?
That's
and
right.
keep you upside down until you hit the ground. All right, we got a team right now from Hong Kong taking the floor. Very musical, like we've seen from Hong Kong. We've got
Perfect
some
form and shape.
backward turning. Now they're switching back to forward.
And I love how they're using the music to slow down the rope and make it faster. It's so beautiful to watch.
You can hear the crowd
That's
saying,
the end,
"Oh,
that's the end, that's- wow."
Yeah. Nice one-handed frog. Oh, down to the one-handed push-ups each time. Oh, going for the one-handed, two-handed hop.
And you can see like it's just a millisecond of being off beat, and bam, there's the mistake. So wow, these teams are doing some amazing job.
You can hear Hong Kong going crazy for him in the stands.
And as they should.
Nice hand hop during that cross.
Oh,
Oh, fast footwork. Yeah, the crowd loves this. What?
it's just like you don't even expect it, and there's that front flip.
Such a powerful push off the right leg.
Oh,
Nice, big smiles.
Big smiles.
She got over the rope, but you know, look, Hong Kong loved it. It was a really, really clean routine.
That concludes the World Championships Double Dutch Single
Yeah,
Freestyle.
that's what I was telling you
We will
about.
now have the
Millisecond,
qualifier
millisecond.
results
And what an
announcement
awesome
on free
finale
throw
for our
and
double Dutch
inside
singles
double
event.
Dutch
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
that footwork. Little stays with the hand movement. Great job, Hong Kong. And big smiles at the end. They know they crushed it. And you're getting a look right now at the Ed Robson Arena. We're here at the IJRU World Jump Rope Championships in Colorado Springs. We've had over 1,200 athletes from over 25 countries represented. It's been an amazing event so far. Several days of this awesome competition leading up to the finals. Everything that's happened so far has been the prelims, right? Everyone is battling for those top 6 spots to compete again this weekend at the finals.
That's correct. I can't wait for the weekend, like, seriously.
Starting as soon as, actually, tonight is officially the start of the finals with the team show event. Starting at 7 p.m. our time, going to be airing on Olympics.com on the Olympic channel. And this is also the first international event
Of the
in 3 years in person. It's been a while since we've had one, and the community has been excellent. I mean, it's been a great reunion for jumpers and a great time to meet jumpers.
IJRU would like to now announce
The community has been so supportive.
qualifiers.
Different
for the
countries
finals
cheering for different countries. I mean, it's been a
for
great
the double
atmosphere
Dutch
to be a part of.
World
exactly.
Championship
Now we are
mixed
going to announce the
division.
qualifiers.
The qualifiers are from the USA, Ella, Avery, Seth, Dalton, and Riley. From Germany, Anne, Enya, Annika, Svanja, and Vivian. From the USA, Sophia, Lillian, Eleanor, Olivia, and Ava. From the USA, Jonathan, Matthew, Ryan, Kate, and Dylan. From Germany, Diana, Bianca, Simone, Christina, and Fabine. And from Germany, Perianne, Julia, Max, Mikey, and Katrin. The qualifiers for the World Championship Finals for IJRU Single Rope Team Freestyle Mixed Division. The qualifiers are from Australia, Luke, Ben, Jamie and Chloe. From Denmark, Marie, Marcus, Simon and Alfred. From Belgium, Julien, Belen, Oceani, Yele. From the USA, Renee, Lauren, Camille and Jacob. From Korea, Dai, Yuenso, Yunjin and Songjun. And from the USA, Ella, Blake and Elise. World Championship qualifiers for the finals, single rope team freestyle mixed division. I apologise, male division. From Korea, Ji Woo, Won Woo, Sing Min and Chen Yuk. From Belgium, Tim, Peter Jan, Thibaut and Klaas. From Japan, Naoki, Now, Shaw and Shun. From Belgium, Lode, Kasper, Jelle and Matthias. And from Korea, Sang Hyun, Horang, Ji Young and Min Young. And from the USA, Porter, Preston, Seth and Dalton. Qualifiers for the World Championship Finals, single rope team freestyle, female division. From Germany, Olivia, Julia, Verena and Anna. From Belgium, Lara, Zoe, Ilka and Joska. From Belgium, Ine, Sarah, Anouk and Borki. From Australia, Belle, Jasmine, Michaela and Emma. From Denmark, Ellen, Laura, Selma and Natasha. And from the Czech Republic, Daniela, Veronica, Aleska and Amelie. World Championship qualifiers for single rope pair freestyle finals mixed division. From Belgium, Belen and Yele. From Australia, Luke and Chloe. From Korea, Yuenso and Huejun. From the USA, Blake and Elise. From Canada, Everett and Caitlin. And from Belgium, Alec and Lorena. The World Championship final qualifiers, single rope pair freestyle, male division. From Japan, Kai and Kaya. From Korea, Won Woo, Sing Min. From Belgium, Lord and Yelle. From Korea, Ji Woo and Jin Yuk. From Korea, Yong Min, Yu Song. And from Japan, Naoki and Nao. The World Championship final qualifiers for single rope pair freestyle female division. From Belgium, Margot and Yoke. From Germany, Olivia and Anna. From France, Lou and Gwenanelle. From Hong Kong, Wing and Na Hui. From Belgium, Janne and Joska. And from Denmark, Marie and Mathilda. The World Championship final qualifiers for wheel pair freestyle mixed division. From Korea, Yu Sung Hyunjae. From the USA, Ella and Seth. From Korea, Yong Min and Yuenso. From the USA, Benton and Kennedy. From Australia, Abby and Sam. And from the USA, Sarah and Jacob. The World Championship final qualifiers, wheel pair freestyle male division. From Australia, Luke and Ben. From the USA, Jonathan and Matthew. From Japan, Kai and Sukasa. From Germany, Robin and Moritz. From Germany, Simon and Felix. And from Canada, Owen and Rowan. The World Championship final qualifiers for wheel pairs freestyle female division. From the USA, Sophia and Eleanor. From Germany, Sabrina and Vanessa. From the USA, Holly and Ariana. From the USA, Lauren and Camille. From Germany, Annika and Svanya. And from Hungary, Lila and Dorothea. That concludes our qualifiers for the World Championship finals. Also, if you have some merchandise up at the merchandising stand, please go and pick it up. They're starting to back up quite heavily, so please pick up your merchandise. We will begin in a couple of minutes.
We just saw the final qualifiers for our some of our freestyle events coming up tomorrow and on Saturday and Sunday. Very exciting. We're going to have a great show for you in those finals. And right now, I am joined by one of the athletes from the South African national team. We've got Mkhululi here. Mkhululi, how did you get started with the sport? It's something I'm always interested to hear, how athletes first saw the sport and what got them into it.
Well, I started when I was
seats.
about 7
Freestyle
because I was
judges.
always into doing flips, and then there was a guy that originally was taught by Martin Kodeme. He saw me doing these flips and he invited me over to come and watch them jump rope, and I was like, what's that? And I saw them doing a double dutch routine. I still did not know what that was. I just saw them doing some tricks that looked like acrobatics, and I was like, whoa, that looks cool. And over time, I just started, I picked it up, and then after that, I just kept on going to the gym. I found that I'm better at it than soccer. And yeah, I did try playing soccer, but at the time I was terrible.
Yep.
So, yeah.
That sounds like me when I first started jump rope. I was terrible at jump rope.
Yeah.
But I stuck with it. And I'm actually really curious, who was the athlete that you first saw who was trained by Martin Kodeme?
It was Busiso Mabele.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Mabele, a
Yeah.
legend in the sport and an amazing jumper. I think one of the first jumpers I met from South Africa.
Yeah.
Wow, what a first person to see doing jump rope. That's amazing. And now, when you are back home and you're training, can you tell us a little bit about that? You know, do you focus mainly on speed? Is it freestyle? Are you doing any cross training? Anything like that? Just tell us about your training routine.
Well, my strength is in freestyle, so I try to focus more on that. but I've not been neglecting speed as well because everybody's getting better, everybody's getting faster, and not just in speed, everybody's improving. So I'm trying to improve it to be a bit of an overall jumper, and with that comes with I have to be conditioned. My body has to be conditioned, so I do strength and conditioning as well.
That's awesome. That's a really important part of it. It's not just the speed training. What are some of the things you'll do? Are you doing weightlifting? Are you doing sprints? Walk us through some of the strength and conditioning.
So not necessarily weight lifting, not like heavy weight lifting. It's just like lightweight, so that I can be able to handle my body and be able to lift it when I need to lift it. But basically, it's just trying to train my core, my arms, and the rest of my body just enough so that I can be able to do the tricks that I want to do, but not overdo it that I get big.
That's awesome. That's really, really cool to hear. Always fascinated to hear how athletes are training and you're really getting prepared for these World Championships. Mkululi, thank you so much for joining us. We're actually going to switch the headset over to the coach of the South African national team. We have Mpo here. And Mpo, I remember meeting you many years ago in South Africa. I think it was at the World Championships, which were held in Cape Town back in 2008. So thank you so much for being here. And I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about the history of the sport in South Africa.
Thank you for having me, Mike. Well, in terms of the history of South Africa, let me just say that today, this year, it's our 21st year.
Wow.
Ever since jump rope or rope skipping has started in South Africa. So it basically started in 2002. It was introduced by the man from Belgium, Martin Godemer. He started it in Cape Town. And then later on, it branched across the whole country.
Wow.
So I'm just excited to see, the sport growing in great magnitude in South Africa and also in Africa generally.
Yeah. That's awesome. It's been really cool watching sort of from afar. And, as I said, being in South Africa for the 2008 World Championships, the energy was electric and it had been developing now for, I guess, about 6 or 7 years. And so to see the support from all the athletes and people there was just really awesome.
Yeah.
Looking to the future of the sport in South Africa or even around the world, what are you most excited about looking at the future?
Okay. By me being the chairperson of rope skipping in South Africa, my main goal is for me to see the sport growing in schools, and not it just being a sport for high performance, but also using it as a skill, as a tool for holistic development, because we want athletes that are well disciplined, athletes that will, be better citizens in their communities, and then, obviously seeing the sport of jump rope as an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I know, we all love jump rope and we love the sport, but as you mentioned, there are so many benefits in terms of learning about improving your work ethic and all those things like that. Learning how to be more social. I know this has helped me become a lot more outgoing. I was very shy when I first started. So in terms of the holistic development, that is a very important and sometimes overlooked facet of what jump rope can really do for athletes.
Yeah, exactly.
Mpo, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Mike.
And good luck at the rest of the competition. And I'm going to be very eagerly watching the progress that you guys are going to continue to make. Thanks so much.
One world, one world.
Yes, one world, one rope.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're about to continue the tournament here at the World Jump Rope Championships 2023 from Colorado Springs, USA. I'm Joe Edney, and I'm joined by my co-host here,
Kaylee Woodard. Hello, I'm so happy to be here with everyone. As Joe mentioned, we are about to start our Double Dutch Pairs Freestyle event. You'll see 4 athletes on the floor. That is typically going to equal 2 turners and 2 jumpers. However, this event is very complex, and so quite often you'll see the turners actually becoming jumpers. You'll see them switching in and out, and so a lot of fun happening in this event.
Now the first heat on the floor in this event is number 71, and that is from Germany.
Ladies starting out here with some nice power sequences. You'll see them kind of stacking on top of each other. That's typical in this event. The jumpers often will do power skills that are interactive, as that does increase their difficulty score.
Now we just saw the double Dutch single freestyle with 3 athletes on the floor. So when they add 4, you can see moves like what they just demonstrated. We call that a subway, where one jumper actually moves under the other one. And there's a subway with a turntable 90 degrees. And what that does is increases their difficulty score just a little bit for that individual skill. Now when they had that bobble, they got out of the ropes, got back in very quickly. That'll be only a minimal deduction from their total score.
That's right. So they will get a deduction for that, but it's great that they got back in so quickly because they only have 75 seconds, and they want to make the most use of that 75 seconds, accumulating scores and difficulty points for each skill that they do successfully achieve.
Now we are going to see teams that are composed of all females. We're going to see teams composed of all males. And we will see some teams that have a mix of both male and female. Now, all 3 divisions are working to qualify for the finals, which will take place tomorrow and the following day, which are the last 2 days of this 8-day tournament.
That's right, and you heard that correctly, 8 days. These athletes have been already jumping and competing for 6 days. This is day number 6, and so you're seeing these athletes marathon, basically, during these 8 days, and so they're doing an amazing job. Even in this altitude of Colorado Springs, and these athletes have felt it, but they have fought through it as well.
So next on the floor, we have a team from USA, and this is an all-male team. And what we tend to see with all-male teams is a little more of a bias towards some of the strength skills, some of the power. So you might notice this team being on the floor on their hands a little more often, and so we'll see if that holds true as they begin their performance.
Starting out with a little bit of fun there, and creativity and presentation are definitely part of the score. So that little bit of fun might be the edge that helps them out. These are multiple unders, so you're seeing the ropes go underneath the athletes, in that case, mostly 4 times per jump, called quadruple unders, and right into a very powerful sequence here with some gymnastics moves, push-ups, stacking. Excellent.
You saw a split with a stack on top. You saw one-handed frogs or handstands. And there you saw multiples with them in a wheel-style formation. And, of course, that's called rope manipulation in this particular event, and that's one of the required elements in a double Dutch routine.
That hand hop there, so difficult to coordinate. Oh, and right into a nice catch. You see, he doesn't quite have the handle, but he kind of maneuvered it so that now he does, and he's able to control the ropes for this next section. So that won't count as a miss. Yes, a little bobble, but not a miss.
And look at the turner on the floor there. He's in a full split with his hands down on the ground. They couldn't quite pull that one out cleanly, but it was apparently toward the end of the routine. The guys wrapped up here and decided to go ahead and finish it with a bow.
That's right. And honestly, I think that was a smart move because they got out of there. It was only 1 miss. Sometimes if the athletes rush back at the very end of the routine to try to, get one skill in there, they will cause another miss to happen. And there's that great back tuck. See him adjusting his handle there, and they're right back into a strength sequence.
And notice the communication between the jumpers in the center of the rope. That's such an important element here. When you've got so many different things happening at once, it's important to ensure everyone is in sync and, frankly, moving in a precise way to get those ropes just where they need to be.
That's correct. Welcoming now a team from Canada. This is an all-female division. Starting out with a classic leapfrog. Now, this leapfrog, though, is typically done over a turner. You saw it now within the ropes. More difficult because if you'll notice, one jumper is pushing one of the other jumpers down, and she still has to jump over the rope.
So now they're in a wheel formation. If you tuned in earlier, you would have seen our wheel competition. And, of course, that's, again, another example of a rope manipulation or a rope switch.
Great jump through there. You saw one of the turners just quickly jump through the ropes during that double under sequence.
Now in double Dutch pairs events, because you have two jumpers in the rope at once, that subway style event where you have one jumper almost tunneling under another one while they're both on their hands and feet on the ground, that's a very popular skill, and I would expect that in most of these routines we will see some variation of that subway skill.
Yes, I would agree. I think it's one of the more popular skills in double Dutch, and it does garner them quite a few difficulty points as well, particularly when they can do these variations. So that was a nice job from our girls from Team Canada.
Now, one thing that is true about having 4 athletes on the floor is you do up the chances of a mistake, right? Because it adds one more person into it. So it's really difficult to get a fully clean routine in here. And you saw that trouble they ran into there on the push-up. That might have been an instance of the ropes turning just a little too fast for those jumpers, or perhaps the jumpers were a little ahead. When they practice, they work on the rhythm necessary to make that happen. And most of the time that works out when you get on the competition floor, but nerves can get in the way.
Absolutely. And you'll see these guys taking the floor from Team USA. A little shot also of their team in the stands really backing them up. And that's something that we've seen throughout this competition from all of the countries here. They have had so much spirit, and not only cheering on their own athletes, but also cheering on athletes from other countries. So it's really been a unified event, and it's been so much fun to witness that.
They're entering the ropes and moving right into what we call a power sequence, where they're down on their hands. Again, they're trying to sort of play off each other. They'll be off rhythm and then get back on rhythm, making that very purposeful, adding to their creativity score. You can see some of the rope handles switched between the turners during that last sequence.
And that's something that we would love for y'all to watch as an audience member. Wow, that was a great turner interaction there on the knees. But watch as an audience member the complex switching of handles, just like you just saw right there. Those switches have to be precise. If a handle doesn't quite make it to the next turner or the next jumper, a big miss will happen. And so those precision switches are very important.
Now, we've seen a lot of multiples here over the last 10 seconds or so. And again, that's another required element, moving the ropes multiple times under the feet of the jumpers before they land.
And a great job there from the USA. They're excited about that, and so is their team, and rightfully so.
Heat 73.
Now, the other thing I like about double Dutch pairs is that it really does give you an opportunity to infuse more creativity into it, right? You have that extra athlete on the floor. You can do more complex switches like what we're seeing here in the replay. They had 3 different turners in that last instance, and they did a multiple under with a frog happening at the same time. Again, you can't do that when you only have 3 people on the floor. You can't do things like a subway when you have 3 people on the floor. So often we'll see some higher flying acrobatics in these types of events.
That's right. And now welcoming Team Japan. We've seen some incredible things from our Japanese jumpers during this competition. Lots of fun. They incorporate a lot of dance and entertainment into this event in particular. And so get ready to have some fun and watch these girls in action. Just like this. That was a great helicopter release there. You'll notice that the ropes clung around the floor, and then just a seamless catch right into this fast footwork.
And fast footwork is deceptively difficult. That requires so much rhythm, especially when you're going from a slow pace of turning for the power skills right into a fast pace of turning for the speed steps.
Right, and with 2 jumpers, that makes it even more difficult than usual. Nice dance moves there, getting the crowd involved. See, this is what I mean. Team Japan just brings the fun. They're dancing, but they're never really stopping the ropes. It's not like they're putting the ropes down and having a good time. They're figuring out how to incorporate our sport and incorporate dance in with it.
Now, they did run into a little trouble there with a drop handle, and that is a very difficult mistake to recover from in this sort of a routine, because you have to get back on rhythm, on timing with your music and your teammates. They did a nice job, and you can see they finished right on cue with the music, smiles on their faces, and of course, as Kaylee said, Team Japan is known for making their routines very fun.
Yes, so entertaining. Makes me want to be friends with these girls. Let them teach me some dance moves.
And one of the things the judges are looking for is that smoothness through the routine, right? So does it flow seamlessly from one thing to another? Are we seeing the arc of the ropes maintain a smooth position as it goes over the jumpers, despite the fact that they are doing difficult skills throughout?
Our team here from Belgium starting out with what's called a toe pitch, the move where you saw the one jumper kind of throw the other one into the back tuck. Pretty difficult and a great starting skill as well.
And again, toe pitches are a sort of hallmark of double Dutch pairs routines because you have that extra jumper involved.
Great tumbling passing. You know, I'm very impressed with that. They did what's called an inside round off, where the rope actually went under their hands and their feet right into a back handspring, and that is just much more difficult than it might look.
Wow, this sequence is so technical. The turning interaction, if you notice, the jumpers are doing skills, the turners are doing skills, and they faced away from the judges so the judges could truly appreciate the ropes being behind their backs and really see just how intricate that last sequence was. Yet again, another technical skill on the double Dutch pairs item here.
And those ropes are never losing their arc. As Joe mentioned, that does matter in their creativity score, and it just makes it that much more impressive, too. Oh, my goodness. These turner interactions, definitely keep an eye as an audience member.
And they do get up difficulty score. It's sort of a multiplier when they do these interaction skills with each other and they flip each other around. Anytime they do that, it ups the ante on their difficulty. And boy, are they excited. Their coach is excited.
Yeah,
what
she
a
sprinted
great
out.
performance.
Sprinted out to them.
74. Station 1.
And you can see they just barely stayed inside the zone. The green tape there marks the edges. If they go out of that, they get a deduction. Of course, they were clean inside. They came right back up from that split. Great flexibility, a hand hop right into the assisted pitch.
And with a double under, too. I didn't notice that the first time I watched. And that's something we'll encourage you to do as an audience member. Go back, find the recordings, watch these routines. You can find instructions on how to get the recordings on ijru.sport. And every time you watch these routines, you'll catch something new.
Next on the floor, heat number 74. This is a team from Germany, an all-female team.
Again, watch these turners. They were just under their leg and behind their back. Good catch there. It looked like they had a little hiccup with the ropes. And so sometimes with these assisted flips, those hiccups with the rope can cause communication issues and it can be dangerous, but they did a good job of recovering.
Again, integrating some nice gymnastic and tumbling skills into this. That's a strong move where they did a hand hop there. They got the ropes under the hands, but then they had a mistake recovering from it. So they'll get credit for the first part of that skill, but not for the second part.
That's right, and the first part is the more difficult part, so they did get credit for the higher value piece.
And these ladies are showing some nice power skills requiring a lot of strength, a lot of upper body strength in particular to do things like that one-handed frog that we saw where they went up and held themselves in the air on one arm and then came down with the ropes passing under.
Right, and then now watching those turners, they're crossing and doing double unders during power moves. And double unders during power moves will garner them more points. It is also extremely risky because both ropes are trying to pass underneath the hands as the jumper is going upside down. A miss can happen quite easily on a skill like that. Great stack there, some interactive power tricks. And that was a quadruple under into that crab position, where they're on the floor, one leg bent and one leg straight.
Here we go.
Something you'll see quite a bit in this competition.
Hong Kong on the floor now. Likely an acrobatic move to enter the ropes here, which is often a good use of the beginning when nothing's moving. You can really set yourself up for an acrobatic skill or interaction skill. And despite the trouble they ran into here on turning through that, they're getting right back on rhythm into an intricate switch where all four are on the floor and each of them has a handle of the rope. Again, that's called a wheel showcase, and what they're doing is trying to up their rope manipulation score on this particular routine.
Wow, watch these turners. They are not just turners, they are jumping, crossing behind their back and under their legs. When they are manipulating the rope and their bodies in that way, we call them restricted positions. So anytime an arm is behind the back, behind the knees, under the leg, it is restricted and is much more difficult to control the rope in that way. And they are rewarded for that in their difficulty score. So there's another restriction under the leg.
And notice how one of the turners had his arms crossed while turning. There's your subway that we've seen so much of. Again, another variation of that.
Sorry, ladies.
And a nice finish with a purposeful pose there at the end. And that's another thing that the judges are looking for, is at the very beginning of the routine and the very end of the routine, having something that's exciting, a little more than just standing there bowing and waving, something that gets some interaction involved. So here's that floor
Oh, my
sequence.
goodness.
So much power and strength and coordination to keep the ropes moving. Here they're transitioning in. You can see the subway skill once again. Now they're slowing the ropes down to make sure that they time it just right, because it's certainly harder to get yourself off the ground when you've got your hands and your feet that have to come up and come down at the same time, as opposed to just your feet.
That's right. Welcoming here from Team Canada, an all-female division team. Those handstands were known as frogs in our sport. So jumping up to your hands, the rope passes under, and coming down to your feet, the rope must pass under again to get full credit there.
Some multiples and then a switch, so the turner became a jumper, the jumper became a turner.
And there's another one of those interactive power skills and a quick switch. We're seeing some turning that is more regular turning, if you will. So no restricted arm positions, no wheel yet. And that's likely because these girls are wanting to make sure that they don't have a mistake in some of these power skills. Maybe some of these power skills are kind of at the top of their ability level. And so they're wanting to decrease the risk in that way.
And risk reward is a big part of how these routines are designed, right? So each of the jumpers has to make sure that the routine is aligned to what they're comfortable with doing, but also difficult enough that they're going to get the kind of score that they want.
That's right. Little click there of the ropes in the back into a nice ending for our ladies from Team Canada.
75.
Nice job. And you'll notice at the end, lots of hugs, lots of smiles. These jumpers really do become like family. These routines take hours upon hours of preparation, creation, and so these team members spend a lot of time together. There we go.
Seeing that wheel variation mixed into the routine.
Excellent job from our ladies. And we are about to have a team from Hong Kong, China take the floor.
Everyone ready? Here we go.
And their beginning pose here, again, very intentional there. They're going to start with multiples. You saw one of the turners released a handle, did a floater, caught it, and then began turning again. And look how intricate it is on the left side there. He's just moved through a big sequence. All of that will amplify their difficulty score.
Oh, double unders right into that one-arm frog. Oh, and a full. I don't think we've seen very much of that this competition at all.
We've not, and so it's exciting to see them integrating that, especially when you've got 4 athletes on the floor at once.
Right.
These are very athletic individuals.
A quick mistake there, so that will detract from their score in a deduction, but they're being smart about waiting until their music is right for the skill that they're about to do. It takes a lot of experience to be able to wait and be disciplined like that.
Again, they're catching the music cues, and that is part of what the presentation judges are looking for in these routines, is the ability to really choreograph it and time it right with the music.
And you saw him there. He said, wait. And he's getting the crowd involved. That's what you want to do. If you're not jumping, you better be doing something.
There they go, back on cue with the music. Setting up for another interaction skill. And he did a nice, safe recovery on what was probably not what they planned, and yet he made it look good in the end. They're coming together here, of course, to give a final bow. Well done to Team Hong Kong. They showed some great creativity in spite of the challenges they ran into with some of the pauses in the routine. There's your full.
So backflip with a full twist right in the middle of it. And here's some of those risky power moves with the double unders, the quadruple unders under the leg for the turners. Excellent work. And a quick shot of their teammates there.
Here we go.
All right, next on the floor from Team Korea, an all-female team. Starting out with some multiples, and you notice that they jumped at different times and different heights. Sometimes that's intentional, sometimes it's not intentional, and you're just trying to squeak the rope under their feet before they land as a turner.
That's right. I'm pretty impressed that they pulled that one off.
I am too. Nonetheless, a nice set of power skills there. Again, great turning on this.
There's that Turner jumper exchange where it has to be so precise to make everything work perfectly. And you'll see them kind of reset. Right back into some backwards turning. So the ropes are moving in the reverse direction of their usual direction. No extra points for that in particular. However, it is a nice touch for creativity and interest.
Now, once again, they've got a 12 by 12 meter or 40 by 40 foot roughly area, and that you'll see on your screen outlined in the green tape. And despite the fact that they have 4 athletes on the floor, they're going to try to spread out, cover all sort of the quadrants of the floor that they're on to ensure that they've got a nice dynamic routine that adds to their presentation score. It looks like they're going to wrap up there. They sort of communicated and knew, okay, we had some trouble on that last skill, so we're going to go ahead and cut it right here, give a bow, and take the score that we've got.
2-3-2-8 from Belgium. Lode, Casper, Jelle, and Matthias.
Seeing here now some of that interactive power. It takes so much strength to pull things like that off. And you'll notice that one of the athletes put her weight on the other one while she was in a push-up position, and she still had to jump over the rope.
And there you saw she did kind of a bunny hop as soon as she landed just to get back on time with her partner. It takes a lot of practice to know just how to do that and get your body on time and on rhythm to make that happen and be in sync with the ropes as they turn. And of course that means that the turners also have to be watching and understanding, hey, this jumper's coming a little higher than normal. I need to slow the rope down or speed it up. And all of that comes from a lot of practice and experience.
It does. And right into a a dynamic sequence. That was going to be a variation there of a subway where he actually bounces on his back while traveling underneath the other partner in a push-up position.
And this team, all male from Belgium. So far, they've shown us a lot of power in spite of the fact they've had to reset a couple of times. There's a traveler skill where they all come together and one person turns the rope over all the rest of the members. You saw the multiple under skill with one of the turners having an arm restricted under a leg. That will add to their difficulty.
Oh, man. Yep, so see restrictions there happening in a wheel style formation along with power moves and double unders. I mean, they're combining 4 different elements in one skill. So their difficulty will reflect that, and it's also going to just impress those judges. And so their presentation and creativity, choreography scores will probably benefit from it as well.
Again, there's your subway variation that we're going to continue seeing throughout this event. Some nice gymnastics included in here.
Oh, another double under in the middle of a difficult power sequence. Belgium has really been impressing me with just the level of technicality that they've shown, and they've been able to pull it off beautifully.
You know, it's really true. Belgium is such a mature country in terms of the jump rope or rope skipping, as it's called in Belgium, and they really do have a lot of experience with training on not just the high-flying skills, but the intricacies of turning, the intricacies of the rope manipulations, the technicalities of how do you turn like you're seeing on this replay with your arm under a leg while your jumpers are on the floor, slowing the ropes down, speeding them up. It's a highly technical team, and they're staying just in bounds here so they don't get a deduction for that.
That's right. Welcoming now our ladies from Australia. Australia known for their musicality. They spend a lot of time selecting music and really trying to hit every beat. And we're seeing that already. They're kind of fitting the feel of the music with these skills.
Again, they have to know exactly when to time each event so they are in rhythm with each other. And even which rope that they put their arm down on matters. And so there is actually a proper way to do a skill like a frog, like we're just seeing. And you can do the frog on the rope that makes it easy to turn or the rope that makes it hard to turn. Both are possible. One's a little easier to do.
Right. Another risk-reward thing there, you know, like we talked about earlier. Nice buddy frog and push-up there, putting their weight on each other, making it that much more difficult to complete those skills.
And again, the partner interaction skills are going to enhance their score here, so that does add to the difficulty. Not only does it also adds to the presentation because it improves their creativity, and oftentimes that's how you surprise the judges. And the wow factor really is a big part of these routines.
It certainly is, and that was a great job from Team Australia. And they are just eating it up, loving every minute of that. You know, Joe, those are the moments that you work for as an athlete. I'm sure you have memories of that feeling when you've worked for years on a routine maybe, and then you just hit it. It's such an incredible feeling.
It really is, and sometimes it's just taking that big sigh of relief and then realizing that, you know what, I've done this a million times in my practice gym, but now here I am on the floor at a national or a world championship, and I've done it when I needed to. Now, I say all that and know that this is the preliminary round.
That's
so
right.
What they're trying to do is, in fact, get their score in the top 6. And the top 6 placers will go to the finals. Again, that's happening tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday in this 8-day tournament. And so we will hope to see, of course, many of these same athletes perform in the same clean way that they've done today in the finals for that shot at the true world champion title.
That's right. So, yeah, not only do they need to do it once, but they have to be consistent, right? And you think there's pressure now, and there is. This is a world stage. But at the finals, it's going to look a lot different in here. Our lights are going to be off. It's going to be a production, the more people in the crowd, and so the pressure is even higher than it is right now. A real test for these athletes, but I know that they're up for it, and I honestly know that they're going to have so much fun in that environment as well.
That's right, and right now the judges are getting reset, so of course the judging panel has to quickly score each routine based on the set of rules, and of course if you're interested in that, you can find it at ijru.sport. You can download the rule books if you'd like to follow along there. And so as we get reset, we are welcoming this team from Canada.
Starting off in a wheel formation there, something you don't see all the time. A little bit more risky, but they pulled it off. Great hand hop. Again, bouncing on their hands. The rope must go underneath the hands, and then they come back down to their feet, again passing over the ropes.
And here's that subway variation into a crab. They rolled over, got up, flipped out of the ropes, and so now the 2 turners became the 2 jumpers. And of course, when you have 4 athletes on the floor, each of you are going to have different individual strengths. So when you make your routine, you try to design it in such a way that plays on some of those strengths. So you've got some of your power jumpers who may be doing more of the work on the floor, some of your high-flying jumpers who may be in for more of the multiples, and then of course, the better turners you want on the more technical turning component. So it really does require some thought as you put the routine together.
It certainly does. And everyone strives to be a very well-rounded athlete, a great turner, a great jumper, but the reality is that everyone does have their strengths. Great job here from Team Canada. Excellent things in that routine. They did run into a little bit of trouble, but you could see what they had planned, and it was a highly difficult routine.
And when we do see mistakes, it does deduct from their score by 2.5%, right? So for each one of those times when the rope fully stops unintentionally, or say a handle is dropped, they get a deduction for that. And so not only is there a deduction for it, but then of course the presentation score can be detracted from as well, because it's not as smooth, it's not as flowing. You have a break in the timing. Sometimes you'll get off rhythm with the music. And so it really is an instance where you're aspiring to a clean routine all the way through, or you're having deliberate points where you know as a team how to reset after a mistake.
Welcoming now from Hong Kong, China, an all-male team. And we're seeing some great rhythm already, playing to the beat of the music. Going to move into, a very interesting variation of a leapfrog there, where they kind of move the ropes out of the way very quickly as the boys landed.
Nice slow. So they went halftime on that subway variation.
Yeah, they were trying to catch the beat, and it worked. It's very effective choreography. And you'll notice they're turning backwards here. Slightly more difficult, typically, than turning forwards. Just maybe more unfamiliar for these athletes. And now see they're crossing their arms as they turn, going underneath the leg. And you'll notice they're crossing, coming out, crossing, coming out. That is because if you just remain in the same position for multiple jumps at a time, it only counts for added difficulty on the first jump. So they want to keep switching their position as a turner.
Looks like they're resetting now. And they knew when their music was ending, so they wanted to finish with that final pose.
That's right. A nice job here from Team Hong Kong.
And you'll notice that most of the teams are using beaded ropes, so the ropes are plastic beads. Those tend to hold their shape a little better. When they hit the floor, their bounce kind of gets absorbed. And so that can be nice so that you can get them under the hands like you're seeing here. You can slide it right under without the jumpers having to get very high off the floor, which is important for some of those power skills.
So you're seeing now a all-female team from Germany. And it looks like they're waiting a little bit on the tabulation or the judges to get set before these ladies are ready to go. And Joe, this moment right here where you're just sitting there waiting, you don't know if you're going to be waiting for 10 seconds or 5 minutes. The nerves are just high, and you are doing everything that you can to keep yourself mentally in the game and kind of calm yourself down. You'll see some teams telling jokes, dancing out there, keeping their minds off of things, and then you'll see other teams like this breathing, kind of internal, running through things in their head and dealing with the pressure in their own way.
I do remember as a competitor, whenever we had a pause before we started, we were standing on the floor, we would often do the joke route, right? We would look at each other, we'd kind of laugh, we'd sort of smile, try to just keep our nerves down, and you saw some of these athletes sort of wiping their palms on their uniforms there. I remember doing that many times, right? Because you, of course, don't want yourself to get too sort of loose when it comes to focusing on the way you're going to start your routine.
Oh, that's right.
So as they're getting set to begin here, the judging panel, of course, includes a number of judges. Some of them are looking specifically for the difficulty elements of the routine, while others are looking for the presentation elements, and then others are looking for the required elements. So basically, there has to be a certain number of things that happen in a routine that include multiples, that include power in gymnastics, that includes rope manipulation, which can, in fact, include handle releases. And then they're also looking for things like interaction. So what we've talked about already with the subway and with the assisted flips that they're doing with each other, all of that adds up and gets formulated into their final score.
That's right. And speaking of that interactive piece, it's not just the jumpers inside the rope, right? It's the jumpers with the turners with the jumpers. So really keep an eye on that and notice these handle switches and notice how every single athlete is involved in pretty much every aspect of this routine. So that entry, pretty risky. They were entering already with a restricted position. And it looks like they tried it again and got it right on par.
Integrated a nice worm move there.
Always love a good worm. And so these clicks of the rope causing a miss and just showing you how difficult it truly is to turn with your arms crossed. And a great job of turning there, dragging the ropes on the floor and making sure that they get underneath the jumpers.
And that can be so difficult, particularly with beaded ropes, because if those ropes touch each other even a little bit, those beads can catch, and then that can cause a mistake to happen in the routine. So they have to be very careful as turners to keep the ropes separated, despite the fact that they have to get low and turn wide for a lot of these big tricks.
Right, and so a great sequence there. Another big power sequence with turner involvement, and this is known as a wheel formation. You'll notice the ropes kind of crossed.
Integrating power into wheel, their difficulty score will be plussed up for that. There's your rope release right into another wheel with power involved. A great way to end the routine for these ladies in spite of some trouble at the very beginning.
Yes. And you don't often see a rope release like that where the rope flies across the floor because these ropes are quite long, often about 14 to 16 feet long. And so to control it as it's flying through the air takes a lot of skill.
That's right. And here's the switch. You can see how intricate this is, the technicality on some of the turning. Here's integrating the gymnastics with the rope release. She's going to catch it, bring it under into a wheel, one-handed frog, and finishing nicely. Well done.
Excellent job. Excellent finish from Team Germany. We'll see some athletes here from Team Korea.
Everyone ready?
Another country that I've been so impressed with during this competition. I knew them originally as a speed team, but they are showing us that they are everything. Speed, freestyle, double dutch, single rope. They can do it all.
And it's been fun to see a lot of these teams that have traditionally been specialists in certain elements of jump rope or double dutch come out in this competition and show us how diverse their skills have become, how much they've developed over the last couple of years. Korea is no exception to that.
Absolutely.
expecting a pitch here. There it is.
Oh, and right into another front flip. Very difficult to throw an athlete into a flip and then on the very next beat, flip yourself.
There's a nice kip together. And of
Oh,
course,
a great
they have
save.
Kip timing, good save.
A great save. And I like how they pulled the rope straight like that. It adds a level, just a dimension, a level of creativity and choreography. Nice power sequence there. And you'll notice a little turner involvement right before the next athlete got into the ropes. That does increase their difficulty score, so they're trying to make use of every second that they have. They only have 75 seconds to wow the crowd, impress the judges, and garner as many difficulty points as possible.
And as they do the power, you'll notice that the turners are squatting down toward the ground. They're going to keep those ropes as low as they can, and then they're going to stand back up for normal turning. That's one of the challenges with pulling off a routine like this, is you have to be able to adjust your body to not only match your jumpers, but then to match the ropes and the way that the rhythm needs to happen so they don't lose momentum and then ultimately lose their shape.
Right, and so this turning that you're seeing right here is what Joe's talking about. We call that drag turning, where they're basically touching the floor with their handles and dragging the rope on the floor. A very important skill, and there's another variation of that subway. Very nice.
And I would be surprised if we don't see some form of a subway in every routine that we see this afternoon.
It's actually a good point. It's so popular. And so you'll notice those jumpers were next to each other and kind of parallel to the ropes in that frog. That is probably the most difficult way that they can do that frog, because the rope has to cover so much distance to cover both athletes in that formation.
And this is heat number 80 with a team on the floor from Hungary.
Nice reset there, right back into the action. Notice the turners are crossed there. Oh, one of my favorite variations of a subway. You'll notice the top jumper actually did a back bend, jumped the rope in the back bend, and as she flipped back over into the push-up.
And I'll point out the ropes are turning backwards. So counter to what they normally turn when you turn toward the inside of your body, they were turning the ropes toward the outside of their body just to make it that much more challenging.
And so her arm was restricted behind her back. That's what caused that little click. Just trying to get out of that restriction can be very tricky.
There's some movement, a nice assisted aerial,
Yeah,
down
that was
into a
smooth.
push-up, a stack. Again, they are moving through these stops in the rope pretty well. They're keeping it smooth, and then, of course, the finish here.
Right, and Joe, you mentioned this earlier. These athletes really practice the misses. Not only do you need to practice the routine and practice getting it clean, but you have to practice how you're going to recover from the misses. And here's that great back bend. You'll notice she's jumping in, jumping out.
Now, I know someone else who's done quite a few of those particular back bends. Kaylee is known for that particular skill and doing it so elegantly in the subway style of jumping. Kaylee, what does it take to pull that kind of a skill off?
Well, you know, it takes a lot of flexibility, clearly, and also just upper body strength. You got to be strong to do that one. And so here we're seeing our double Dutch pairs freestyle preliminary standings for the female division. In first place with a 10.2, excuse me, a 10.5, and very close to second place with a 9.9. Neck and neck with these ladies.
All right, next on the floor, we've got Team Korea, another all-male team, which is exciting to see. Wow, the power required to pull that off is just amazing. One jumper on his back, holding the ankles of the other one up in the air. That looks like an unintentional rope drop there. They are recovering quickly, but what a power sequence that preceded that.
Oh, and a great dive roll. That takes a lot of spacing there to make sure that the ropes don't catch on the jumper that's actually diving over.
Excuse me, we've moved into the mixed gender division now. I think we've wrapped up some of the other divisions.
Some of these subway variations are great. There's that back bounce subway that we saw earlier. Earlier, the team actually missed on it, but that was clean.
Yeah, so far, a very powerful routine from this team from Korea.
And this is extremely impressive. Those hand hops rotating, so difficult to control the body.
And time it with the other jumper being down on her hands and feet in a push-up.
Right.
Now here's your multiples, and multiples are deceptively difficult to pull off when you have especially long ropes for a double Dutch pairs routine.
they don't always look that difficult when you're watching it, but
I
to
have an
turn it and
announcement.
time it and
I would
keep
like to
anything from
remind
clicking. We
everyone
talked
there is
before
no
about how
jumping
these are
over the
beaded ropes that they
ledges.
touch, then they can
Individuals
stop.
will
And
be
here we're going
removed
to see a
from the
replay of that
facility for an
incredible
Wow.
power sequence.
Thank you for your
Oh, so much
cooperation.
core strength. And he's bouncing on his back while he's holding him.
And look just how the turners are getting the ropes just under his body.
Oh, and that jump through. Did you see her jump through the ropes there?
That was incredible.
I never
have
see
not
that.
seen that, especially not in the midst of a subway happening. And she's still on one
Oh, my
leg
goodness.
now,
Everyone
balancing.
I don't even know if I
we
can
go.
balance in that position without turning ropes.
I don't know that I could. It's incredible to see.
Welcoming now from Team France, an all-female group. And this is a powerful group. I know that from watching their earlier routines in this competition. So I'm excited to see what they do all together. Some great power there, rotating in that push-up. And every time she rotates, that's actually an additional point there for difficulty.
We call that a turntable.
Right. Oh, a nice worm there, a little variation.
And she just checked over her shoulder to make sure she doesn't step out of bounds. The turner's aware of where she is.
And if they do step outside of the bounds, nothing that's done with one jumper outside of the bounds actually counts.
So the judges will actually stop scoring the routine until they move back in bounds.
Those were quadruple unders that you just saw, 4 times under.
Switching out some jumper interaction. There's a stack with the feet on the other jumper's back. Now they're doing an arm cross frog. Getting their timing back on, coordinating there. Good call from the ladies to prevent a miss, and a nice finish.
Excellent job from Team France.
Heat 81.
There were some
Station
impressive
2,
power skills in
4644
that routine.
from Hong Kong,
Just great
China.
interaction,
Hong Ho,
great
Chong
control,
Mei,
and great experience that they showed. Another back bounce subway.
And of course, the turning required to do that is almost as impressive as the jumping required to do that, because the jumpers, of course, have to train their bodies to be able to get off the ground, but the turners have to get that rope into a very tight window to prevent any kind of mistake from happening. I can say from experience, and of course Kaylee can too, that what's required to pull that off is just a tremendous amount of timing and rhythm with your teammates, and that really comes from practice.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, anytime I was putting together a double dutch team, I always looked for good turners, because at the end of the day, you can have 4 great jumpers, but if you can't control the ropes, then nothing else matters. You know, you can't get the ropes around the great tricks. Getting the crowd involved with those claps. And so, again, they're in this kind of parallel next to each other type of position, making it that much more difficult to get the ropes around. But they did it beautifully. Oh, very interesting interactive skill there. And
almost a back handspring over a push-up.
yeah, and then caught the ropes caught it right at the end perfectly.
So showing some nice interactive creativity among the jumpers here. There's a kip, and one of the jumpers wasn't quite able to make it. His timing might have been a little bit off, but they have recovered very quickly here. Setting up for another interaction skill, and probably a smart move there.
And again, just recovering so quickly, not missing a beat, and staying on time to their music as well. They'll move now into a wheel formation. Again, the ropes are kind of crossed. The jumpers are, or excuse me, the turners are jumping along with turning the ropes, doing double duty there.
And because this routine is choreographed to the music, what they're doing is waiting for the right cue to get back in rhythm. Some backwards turning and power skills, and finishing strong.
Great, and their country looks happy about that.
Team Hong Kong, nice job.
Excellent work. There were some really creative moments there, like this one. Oh yeah, just a back handspring, back walkover, and then a perfect timing with the ropes. This is known as a destroyer flip. It's a pretty common partner skill that you'll see in double dutch pairs.
It's a nice job. I'm sure they're happy that they got to show off some of those really creative skills. And of course, they've got their country in the stands supporting them. And again, they are hoping to earn a qualifying spot in the top 6 to go to the finals, where they have a shot at the title of world champion. Now, next on the floor is heat number 82, and this is an all-female team, also from Hong Kong, China.
So I'll remind you that our competition started 6 days ago. This is day 6. We started with our International Open tournament, then into our Junior World Championships, where athletes needed to be under 16 years old, and now this is our Senior World Championships. So these athletes have been at it for a long time, still going strong. Great rhythm changes there, and a floater. If you caught it, she just barely let go of her handle as a turner, let it float into the air, and then snatched it back again and got it under her jumpers. A little bit of trouble there, but they'll reset here. And so that's a risk that you run into, right, Joe? Anytime you have a mistake in a double Dutch pairs routine, you've got to get 4 athletes back on the same page so quickly, and it can lead to kind of a series of mistakes like that. But it looks like these girls have now gotten back into the groove.
That's right. Once they get back in rhythm, it does help to have music involved, because that almost gives you an audio cue to know exactly where and how to start. So a choreographed routine can be an advantage in this case.
Yeah, it kind of anchors everyone to the same rhythm.
Now they are turning backwards, so opposite of what you would typically turn double Dutch ropes here. Again, that's a subtlety that can be missed, but the judges, of course, are looking for things like that. Some power skills, looks like some creativity coming, and a nice rope formation there to end the routine with the music.
Great job. Their
teammates are behind them.
Yes. Great job from Team Hong Kong.
From Germany, Anna Maria, Simon, Fabio, and Felix.
There's that rhythm change with the floater. You notice the handle kind of fly into the air, and they caught that into the next skill, which means that they did get difficulty credit for that portion before they made that mistake later on. So that is a good thing for them. And what I always say is, you know, if you're going to make a mistake, although frustrating, it's best to make a mistake on something really easy, because then you're not giving up that difficulty credit on something that's difficult. And Team Germany now looks like they are setting up for a toe pitch to start off their routine. There we go. Toe pitch, kind of throwing that athlete into the backflip, right into a subway variation.
This is an experienced team. Many of these athletes we have seen for many years at different international tournaments.
Yes.
And through the switches here, they're now moving into that subway formation with some forearm push-ups involved in that. Again, a subtlety that the judges will notice, even if it can be difficult to catch in the speed of the routine here.
A great buddy frog there. Looks like the ropes got a little too tight because the turners were trying to jump them as well as turn.
Nice aerial with a frog sequence here. Again, a powerful team. They've got a lot of upper body strength to be able to pull off some of these skills. We're seeing a lot of turning technicality here, which does make it more difficult because it shortens the rope oftentimes when you're restricting one of the turning arms, so the jumpers have to be in exactly the right place.
That's right. So timing and spacing really is so important in this event. The margin for error is basically 0.
That's right.
Very
Some nice turning there to get the ropes just sliding under their feet. A few mistakes in that routine, but they did show us some nice skills, particularly toward the beginning. And so we'll see how their score comes out at the end. Again, it's been difficult to pull off a clean routine here so far in this event. And so, again, the whole field has had some challenge, and that might, in fact, create some advantages for the teams who are using these more difficult skills.
That's right. That's a great point. And, you know, you talked about how experienced those athletes are, and we'll come back to that point right here after the preliminary standings for the male division. We have, it looks like, Belgium in the top spot by a landslide, 29.86. Great job to Belgium. Here we have Team Australia, an all-female team, showing us great control here. And Australia, if you remember, is known for their musicality, also known for being very well prepared for these competitions.
That's right. You can see them communicating with each other as they move into some of these sequences where they move across the floor. Nice interaction skill there. And again, with the trick with a handle drop like this is to try to get them untangled as quickly as you can
Try not to have the beads catch each other. And she's doing exactly what we would advise a jumper to do in this kind of a situation. Get the crowd involved, try to keep smiling, and get back on rhythm with the routine.
That's right. And remember that their score is comprised of not only difficulty, but also presentation and creativity. And so those little touches of getting the crowd back involved, even while a miss is happening, can make a difference in that presentation score. And they're pulling it back together here, and it looks like another little tangle. Those ropes were crossed. The arms were crossed, and that just caused the ropes to click. And as Joe mentioned earlier, it's very difficult with these beaded ropes to pull them out from each other after a click like that occurs, because the beads can actually catch on each other.
Here you see them doing some of that floor work. Now she's going to switch out with the Turner, do that sort of reverse leapfrog. And again, those interaction skills do represent something that the judges are looking for in this sort of event. And so, Kaylee, when you think about choreographing a routine that involves 4 athletes on the floor, what are some of the things that you think about as you prepare that kind of a routine?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, we always started out with our power sequences. So we would figure out, okay, who jumps really well together? Who should we create sequences with? So maybe, you know, if Joe and I are paired together, we would work outside the ropes to create that sequence. And then once you can do it, now we start talking to our turners, like, okay, what really crazy rope manipulation might you be able to do while we're flipping around and doing all of our fun stuff? And so it's kind of I'd like to think of it as Legos. You're just stacking things on top of each other to make this piece of art, if you will.
So mix the shapes, mix the colors, make it fun, right?
Yeah, make it fun and difficult, right? Because fun without difficulty doesn't do so well in this high-level competition. But also, difficulty without fun is just no fun.
Once again, we are here at the World Jump Rope Championships 2023. We've got 25 countries represented. And next up in the double Dutch pair freestyle event is heat number 83 with Team Korea.
And a great save there. You saw the ropes kind of catch on the jumper, but they pulled it out, and so that'll be marginal. I'm not sure if it'll count as a full missed deduction.
It might just impact their presentation
score.
So they may not have a deduction, but it might not score as high as it could. Wow, a nice shoot through subway while one of the jumpers actually had the rope in his hand.
Very difficult to pull off, and it looks easy for them.
And they're all the way on in the back quadrant of the floor, so I would guess that they're going to move forward here at some point, so we should see some dynamic movement here.
Yeah, maybe with some gymnastics, I would assume. That was a very, oh yeah, great partner interaction there. Kind of holding hands while one person does a one-arm frog. And kind of working, I think, to get their rhythm back. Sometimes after a mistake, it's very difficult to get that rhythm back.
Here's the multiple sequence with the Turner interaction. And there's that forward movement.
There we go. Some great power moves from our ladies while the guys take over the ropes. And a nice ending. Great job from Team Korea.
Station 1.
And so if you are just joining us, we are live here from Colorado Springs, Colorado. We are at the IJRU World Jump Rope Championships, where we have 1,200 athletes here from 25 countries. And this represents the largest gathering of jump rope athletes ever in the history of our sport. And it's very exciting to see all of these countries competing against one another and taking our sport to the next level.
Here we go.
Now next on the floor is a team from the United States. This is heat number 84.
Starting out with a little bit of fun. Maybe relax their nerves and get the audience involved. And so you see some drag turning there from our turners as they kind of go down. Yes, some back bounce subway variations there.
And one of the things that's important on something like this is to ensure that the turners are the right distance away from each other so the ropes aren't too tight but also not too loose. They did a nice job there. Great timing on that leapfrog while doing a wheel switch.
There we go. And so they switched those ropes back and got them ready to turn again pretty quickly. Those ropes can tangle around each other and kind of wrap around each other if they miss in that wheel formation. Nice multiple under sequence. Some quadruple unders, some triple unders. Pulled off flawlessly. Some backwards turning there with an interactive power move. Looks like that could have been a miss, but they pulled it out.
They recovered well.
another switch with some alternating frogs facing opposite directions, coming together, and a finish.
Nice job from the ladies from Team USA.
Heat 84, Station 2.
And one thing that we notice in these routines is that variation of pace. So in this replay, you're seeing a nice slow pace, just getting the ropes right under the jumpers. There's a very short window to move those ropes. And then here again, we're seeing more power skills requiring a lot of upper body strength and timing with your turners. And when they switch and do the multiple unders, so they're turning the ropes under the feet more than one time before the jumpers land, they have to adapt between getting low to the ground, turning slow, dragging the ropes, and then standing up tall, backing up perhaps a little bit as a turner, and then really spinning the ropes as quickly as they can.
Ready?
Right, it takes finesse. Those
go.
ropes pretty much need to be a part of your body. You have to know exactly where they are at all times. And welcoming now a mixed division team from the USA. Another team that is known for their power moves and their gymnastics as well. A nice kip up there. Pretty tricky to time with two people inside of your double Dutch rope. Oh, and here's another variation of that subway all the way through there in a wheel formation while one of the jumpers had a rope. Great
She did
recovery.
a leapfrog, landed on the back, got on her feet, and then had a pitch forward. She's doing another subway variation, just pulling it off.
Oh, and you see those ropes just scooped the top jumper while they did not scoop the jumper in the push-up. Very tricky spacing there.
Tricky spacing and great turning catch on that last sequence that they did.
Great front flip there and a pretty creative turner jumper exchange. Turners kind of leaped over the jumpers there. Oh, that was known as a shoemaker, where she kind of did the push-up and spun over her partner, created by Brian Shu. And an excellent job from Team USA.
And you notice that they finished their pose the same way they began their pose. Those are the little things that the presentation judges will be looking for to try to boost that score. There's that kip where they just get the rope under the feet, right into a switch. You can see them setting up. Here's another sort of on the back subway, standing on the back, jumping over with multiples turning. Again, we see a great ability to control the ropes through the variations of speed between fast and slow turning.
That's right. And, you know, I mentioned before, sometimes we miss things when we watch it the first time through. So watching the routine multiple times, you'll find something new every single time, and that speaks to the level of our judges. They train hours to be able to catch everything the first time that they watch these routines. Wow, a behind the back cross while these turners are turning the ropes and controlling them. So impressive there.
Team Hong Kong playing with the judges a little bit, which is often rewarded on the presentation side, of course. They've got to be able to ensure that they're keeping the rhythm going in the routine while they do that.
And you just saw her clapping while they had missed, trying to get the audience back into it. Some of that comes because a lot of these teams not only compete, but they do performances around their country and even around the world. So they're no stranger to trying to get an audience involved with their routine.
And frankly, learning how to perform under pressure, even as we see some of these skills coming together now that are very technical with the multiples coming under the power. There's a stack on the floor. Here's a switch, a double switch here.
Very fast.
Through. Nice pace variation. There's the aerial into the push-ups. Couldn't quite get the ropes as wide as they needed to be to get under, but they were toward the finish and went ahead and gave the bow.
85.
Great job there from our ladies from Team Hong Kong.
From Australia.
A great representation.
Ruth, Belle, Ben, and Emma.
You see there the rope control to turn them one direction, stop them, and then reverse them so quickly into a big multiple under, landing in that crab position. Another direction change. Great control there. Those direction changes that you see, those always made me nervous as an athlete, because if the rope moves too high or too fast during that direction change, then you have no chance of making a clean transition to the other direction.
Next on the floor, heat number 85. This is a team from Australia.
And we have some very experienced jumpers and very decorated jumpers here, particularly in the middle. Luke Boone and Ben Cooper, some of the most decorated athletes in our sport. And they're actually working with a new team this year as well. They've had the same team for as long as I can remember in the sport, and these are 2 new teammates. And when I've talked to Luke, he has said that it's been going phenomenally well with these new ladies.
Seeing some power skills right into gymnastic skills. They're switching in and out again, trying to move through these very technical switches and keep it clean.
Great one-arm frog landing a crab there. And every time you see a power skill done on one arm versus 2 arms, the difficulty is a little bit higher for that one-arm variation.
Again, using the music to their advantage, trying to stay on cue with it, and then also trying to surprise the judges throughout with small accents in the routine. The little details is something that Australia is so good at infusing into their choreography.
There we go. And it looks like a little hiccup there, and they decided that that was a good place to end it.
Heat 86.
Again, probably a wise choice, born out of experience, just knowing that it's better to end it earlier rather than causing another mistake by rushing back in.
There's some of that power, the stack over a push-up, the stack over a split. Again, more of those power skills where they're on their hands and feet. Look at the turning. Just excellent job keeping the ropes just wide enough to get around the jumpers while also maintaining that shape and that nice arc of the rope.
Right. And you see their coach there, Cindy Barker. She is a veteran coach in the sport.
Everyone ready?
Coached a lot of champion athletes.
Here we go.
And welcoming now to the floor, Team Hong Kong with an all-female group.
And Hong Kong came to this tournament in force. 181 athletes in their contingent at different ages and divisions of the sport here, and it's just exciting to see how fast it's growing in Hong Kong.
It is, you know, and we talk about the different ages. These athletes competing in the Senior World Championships, they need at least one of their teammates to be 16 or older. But you often do see mixed ages within these teams, right? Some younger, some older, and that is very exciting to see the older generation mentoring the newer generation, a way that our sport continues to grow and develop. There we go, back into the rhythm there with some power and turner involvement. Everyone was involved in that crowd there.
Into a nice switch. You saw that one-handed assisted push-up there, or a buddy push-up into a multiple. That was a quad, so 4 times under their feet.
Nice assisted aerial there.
Reversing direction of the rope and doing a backwards quad gave them a little bit of trouble, and they knew where their finish was, so they went ahead and closed it out.
Great job there from Team Hong Kong. And so one thing as an audience member to watch for during some of these high-flying gymnastics moves and the interactions, you want to watch for, is the rope actually passing underneath the athlete's feet on the most difficult part of the interaction? If so for example, during the flip or during the leapfrog, if so, they do get additional difficulty points for that versus doing the skill and maybe catching just the landing, etc.
Now, sometimes if a skill is too difficult to pull off that way, turners will do what's called a stall. So they'll hold the ropes and sort of delay it before pulling it under to give the jumpers a chance to get back on rhythm. Again, they won't get as high of a difficulty score for a stall, but they can still pull it off clean, and it can look good, be great for presentation.
That's right. Some double unders there happening during that power sequence. Those doubles are tricky because they have to occur fast, and then the ropes have to slow down very quickly to allow the athletes to land inside.
Team Belgium very coordinated, and you notice the little details like the hands behind the back. You can tell that's intentional. You can tell they thought about those little things to make the presentation that much stronger. I appreciate that as a former athlete myself, because it means that they know their routine well enough to be able to control their bodies the way they need to.
Right, and it looks more refined that way. So they're communicating there. Very smart to not rush back in. And here they are playing with the rhythm of the music again. Another buddy frog right into what I call a stack there with the push-up and the frog over the top.
The one-handed frogs, the multiples under the power skills. Here's a wheel sequence. Again, the timing has to be right on.
Oh, that TS. The TS is the behind-the-back cross that you saw from the Turner. So difficult to pull off.
And notice how long the handles are on those beaded ropes. That allows the turners to get those ropes crossed just a little bit easier. It gives them a few inches of length extra, and that can sometimes be the difference maker between a mistake and a clean pass.
And a great job there from Team Belgium. And as Joe mentioned earlier, jump rope has a storied history in Belgium. A lot of very experienced athletes, and it does show on the floor. And welcoming now here from Team Australia, starting off right into a restricted position with this turning, a little bit slower pace, but that might be a smart move because it might help them to be just that much cleaner.
That's right, and what we see is different styles from individual teams, but then also from countries themselves. And so Australia being a team known more for the musicality, if they have a slower song, they'll probably slow it down. If they have a faster song, they'll probably speed it up. And I think that all just enhances the presentation of the routine.
A nice recovery there, kind of backing out of the ropes as she started to notice them tangling, avoiding maybe a full-on mistake there.
Again, notice the turner's arms are crossed while they're doing these power sequences.
Another great leapfrog. That interactive portion, remember, is a required element. We need to see these jumpers interacting and becoming turners, turners becoming jumpers. All of that interaction is required.
Nice subway there, as expected. There's the multiples. And a nice finish. That was a pretty clean routine from Australia. Again, we saw a slower pace with that, but that might have helped them be able to pull off some of those more technical skills throughout the routine.
Right, sometimes a smart move. And, you know, it takes discipline as an athlete to recognize that. Because they probably, you know, saw some of their other teammates potentially with faster, denser routines. But in this case, I do believe it pulled off. So well done, ladies.
They're certainly going to be happy with that performance. They did a nice job, and Australia has around 95, 96 athletes represented here over this week, competing in different events. Next up is Team Canada on heat number 87. You see them starting in a sort of variation of the typical formation where they're all spread apart, and they're starting in that sort of wheel.
And so it looks like the rhythm kind of got off a little bit. The ropes needed to be alternating perfectly in order for that switch to happen. It looks like the rhythm got off, but they're back in it now in a standard double Dutch formation. And so anytime the ropes do a different formation other than double Dutch, it can actually add to the difficulty score, particularly in cases with like a wheel formation where you see the turners actually jumping the rope as well.
Again, getting low to the ground to make sure those ropes slide. And one of the things the turners are always trying to avoid are rope bounces. So you don't want to slam those beads into the floor so hard that it bounces up and actually hits the jumpers in the feet or in the hands. It's a very precise kind of movement you have to do to keep that smooth.
Right. And that's difficult, especially under pressure when every bone in your body is just excited and wanting to do everything a little extra. You've got to restrain it and dial it back a little bit.
A nice one-handed leapfrog over her partner in the ropes. There's a restricted turning skill on the right. Now they're doing multiples, and they are wrapping up here. They might have got a little off timing with their music, but nonetheless they were able to finish, and now making their way off the floor.
That's right. And here you see that replay of the hand hop. Again, very difficult to hop on your hands, allow the rope to go underneath your hands, and keep your timing and your balance to then successfully land that skill as well on your feet. And you see her kind of holding her hand. That could be from a variety of things, but I know one thing that happens quite often is that when doing the push-ups and the handstand positions, you land on the beads of the rope. And that might not sound too bad, but man, I'm telling you, it hurts really, really bad, and it can pop blood vessels, the whole nine.
When your entire body weight is resting on two hands and they land on a bead, on the edge of a bead on the ground, it can pinch. Not
ideal. Welcoming to the floor, we have Team USA, a powerhouse team of female athletes here, and that was a extremely difficult variation of a subway with both turners jumping the ropes.
Wow, great power, and notice the pace. They're doing these power skills, but they're moving quickly as well.
The Turner exchange there, she saved what could have been a mistake.
Yep.
And you notice there might be a little bit of a bead tangle in their ropes, and they're just continuing to turn through it. They're on the right side. You have to ignore those things and just make it work as you work into the routine.
A great power sequence there. So much upper body strength and core to be able to maneuver around your partner and keep yourself upright and on rhythm while you're on your hands. Little handle switch there from the Turner on the left into some elbow frogs and hand hops. Excuse me, elbow push-ups and hand hops.
Wow, great turning.
And she said, sorry, didn't mean to run into you. Now they're into a pinwheel formation.
A nice finish. Again, that's some of the more impressive power and sort of upper body skills that we've seen out of the all-female teams here so far in this competition. And what's especially impressive to me is just how quickly they were doing some of those things. It wasn't a slow routine. It was a fast routine. You see them holding hands while pulling that off. The Turner flipped around and kept the ropes moving in time. Arms crossed.
Handle switching. I mean, there was not a simple part of that routine, I don't think. Not one beat.
You're right.
Everyone ready?
And so Joe mentioned that they moved at a faster pace. That is important because their score is largely based off of a sum of the difficulty scores for each skill done. So the more skills, the higher potential score that these athletes can get. And notice the Turner on the right and really on the left, all of the involvement, the different things they're doing with their bodies. More difficult to control the ropes in those situations.
And this is Team Hong Kong. Again, you can follow along at ijru.sport, where you can download the order of the competition, the heat sheets. If you're looking for your favorite team, you can see when they're coming up in the competition. And again, today is day 6 of an 8-day World Championship.
And so this team from Hong Kong is really playing off the rhythm of the music, doing an awesome job, and that's something that Hong Kong is known for, is trying to hit the beat. Oh, he's in an elephant underneath his leg with both arms. And there they go, waiting on the beat to start.
Nice job with some power skills on the floor, moving up into a synchronized one-handed frog. There's another one-handed frog. They might be setting up for something here as they engage the crowd and the judges. Now look at the Turners.
Those Turners.
Nice choreography with the music. A good finish. Well done from Team Hong Kong.
Yeah, that was excellent. I love watching them. They make me smile because they always are having fun on the floor.
And that's that X factor. It's the thing that you can't really quantify, but you can just tell when they are feeling the energy of it. Even when there's mistakes in the routines, if the jumpers are able to maintain their body posture and exude a sense of confidence despite those mistakes, it really does enhance the presentation.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's that it factor. It brings a routine from good to great.
Next on the floor, Belgium. And they have another creative beginning here.
Nice two-footed entry to that frog. Taking off of 2 feet is more difficult than taking off of 1 foot into a handstand.
A nice power sequence from the ladies there to start the routine. Again, multiples involved in this, and multiples are not to be underestimated, especially when they're doing power skills, because the window to fit the ropes under the jumper's feet is so tight. A little bit of a reset here. Now they're doing a stack push-up with a Turner restriction, arms crossed. Now the other Turner's doing a restriction into a one-handed frog.
And notice, too, these Turner jumper exchanges. It's so difficult to hand off those handles so quickly. You think about kind of the baton pass in track and field and how that can be tricky. It's the same thing here. Great double unders again in this power sequence with restricted positions from our both Turners at the same time.
Nice wheel transition here into the one-armed frog. Hands behind the back, a buddy frog.
I'm always so impressed with the behind-the-back turning.
And one of the things that we're seeing in the sport is really every team we've seen so far is using this beaded style rope, in particular with the longer turning handles. However, it wasn't but maybe 10 or 20 years ago that almost every team was using a cloth-style rope, which has a slightly different weight, a slightly different feel. And over time, as the sport's evolved, as the equipment has evolved, we've noticed more and more teams adopting beaded ropes for this particular event just because of the control that's involved, the weight that's involved.
Everyone ready?
It's really optimized for some of these new power skills that we see so many teams doing in the ring.
That's right. And welcoming now from Denmark, we have a mixed division team. A quick exchange right into the start of a power sequence. That was a 3/4 front flip with a double under. And right back in there to their power sequence. That hand top that we've seen a few times so far. Oh, and a knee jump with a 180 turn. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I haven't either, and the 180 turn will actually amplify their difficulty score. So a knee jump by itself is one thing, but knee jump with a turn, they will get extra difficulty points for that. A little bit of trouble on that Turner jumper exchange, but they're getting back into the ropes now.
A little bit of fast footwork. And it can be tricky, and you just saw it. It's tricky to speed up the rhythm so quickly and then slow it back down for a power skill. And they're right back in here. A nice round off with a 2-foot takeoff to frog. Another difficult skill because you've got to transfer the momentum from going backwards in the round off to forwards in that handstand.
And a really visually pleasing way to move across the floor there.
And right on with the music. Nice job to our team from Denmark.
4473 from Sweden.
We see that 2-foot takeoff there from the frog right into the one-arm frog as well, which remember, taking off of 2 feet or doing a skill on one hand, more difficulty credit than the 2 hands. And that was a great view there of the back bend subway. And that time with a split on the bottom instead of a push-up. So a brand new variation compared to what we've seen in the past in this competition.
Everyone ready?
Next on the floor, heat number 90. This is Team Sweden.
And Sweden also has kind of a storied history in jump rope. They've been around for a while. They brought a small contingent of athletes here to this particular competition with 10 athletes here in Colorado Springs. Smart decision probably on the one athlete's part to not go ahead and do the frog that it looked like she had planned. Oh, and
good recovery.
Great recovery.
So you notice that she did kind of a bunny hop, and the turner slowed it down just to make sure they didn't have a mistake on that prior sequence.
Right into a wheel switch, and you see great rope control there as they reverse the direction beautifully. No hiccups there. Oh, a small hiccup. That was a rhythm issue. One jumper was jumping a little bit more quickly than the other. And so the turners can only turn for one rhythm, remember. So if the jumpers aren't in sync, it can create problems.
Arm crosses here. The ropes might have been a little too close together on that, so the weight was a little different. It threw off some of the rhythm. They're getting back in sync now, continuing with that wheel style of jumping. And moving their way into their finish, landing on cue.
90. Station 2.
Nice job from our ladies from Sweden, and it looks like it didn't necessarily go the way that they wanted it to go, and that is a risk that these athletes take by putting in difficult skills like what you're seeing here, that back handspring, straight to frog. I mean, these skills take years of practice to master really even one of them, and then to put probably 50 different moves into this 75-second routine. The risk level is high.
It really is, and I think
ready?
Especially in an event with 4 jumpers on the floor at once, the communication factor becomes so important.
And welcoming now from Germany, starting off really strong, some behind the back turning with those power skills inside.
A very technical beginning. Again, a high risk, but they pulled it off.
Great buddy frog there, and we've seen that skill used quite a bit in this competition, probably because these athletes know that they are receiving difficulty credit for not only the handstand, but for the interaction and for it being technically on one arm. So kind of triple difficulty there.
And so far, a clean routine out of Germany. Now they're getting on the floor, doing some power skills with the rotation, a nice variation of that subway once again. A turner jumper exchange into multiples, which can be so hard to pull off. Switching positions using a frog, now moving forward.
I was going to say that was a very nice save, and they did save it, but then a miss occurred just right after. So it looks like they will get credit actually for the skill itself, and then the miss occurred on the jump after. Nice Turner involvement there, crossing those arms.
Here we go again with another subway variation and finishing when their music cues tell them it is time to wrap up.
That's right.
Nice job from Team Germany.
And you can see they're still smiling. They probably know, some of the little things that went wrong, but at the same time, they know that they pulled off a lot of their more difficult skills, which a lot of times as athletes, that's what we're going for, right? Like there's 3 or 4 really high-level skills, and we're like, we just really want to hit those and get them out for the crowd.
Well, the first 30 or 45 seconds of that routine was perfectly clean.
That's true.
So really impressive to see that. Next on the floor, Team Belgium.
Oh, some great movement there. A very visual beginning for Team Belgium. Nice Turner jumper exchange, so fast. And right into some of that Turner involvement that Belgium does so well. Great strength there from these ladies.
Nice Turner exchange there. Again, that the exchanges can be some of the most challenging parts of these routines just because there's a lot that can go wrong. They quickly got back into rhythm there, infusing some multiples while doing Turner interaction skills.
That's right. And the exchanges oftentimes as an athlete were the things that made me the most nervous, particularly if I was the one that had to grab the handle. For whatever reason, it always freaked me out. And I was like, man, what if I don't grab it perfectly?
Knowing one little slip is all it takes.
That's right. So these ladies are looking like they're finishing this up, maybe with a nice flip, yes. And right on cue with the music as well. And you can tell these athletes that maybe even have a mistake right before the end, but then they land right on cue with the music. That just tells you the amount of practice and experience that has gone into creating this routine and training it. They know exactly what to do.
And one of the other things that we've seen most of the teams doing nowadays is really choreographing to the music, and that's not always been the case. So the musicality factor in things has for a long time been a big factor for some countries, but not others. But now we are seeing more and more converge on how do we use the music to really enhance what we can do with the ropes.
And a very creative beginning there for Team Denmark. Lots of different shapes they've created with the ropes so far. Oh, looks like maybe a leapfrog or some sort of interaction there, but they'll get right back in. A very quick recovery. Nice double unders there in that power.
Great timing and great synchronicity there. A creative switch moving around the floor. It's always nice to see teams that really do use the entirety of the available space. There's that buddy frog we've seen so much of throughout the tournament. Push-up skill with a roll under, and now they're doing a turntable into an upper frog, a one-handed frog.
Oh, and a worm with a little switch there. And they'll get right into, it looks like their next power sequence. Yep, moving across the floor with some gymnastics.
And she did step out of bounds a little bit, so there will be a slight deduction for that, but she knew it. She got right back inside. Moving around, I think they know the cues on the music. And wrapping up on time. Once again, the music can really be something that enhances the routine, and it can be challenging in the speed of a competition like this to really have that spatial awareness. You see the music, you're in a new environment, you've got the sounds happening, and just making sure that you're staying in rhythm and on time with your jumpers while knowing where you are as a turner. There's that nice turntable skill up into the frog, so they showed some good power throughout that routine.
Yeah, some good power and some great creativity. That was a very visually pleasing routine, as you mentioned, moving across the floor and creating shapes. So a great job there from Team Denmark. And we have now another team from Denmark, this time in the all-female division. And another, they're starting with that movement right off the bat.
Started with the movement right into the subway. There's that Turner interaction. again, they're moving across the floor. Nice job with that.
That's right. And in this event, moving across the floor is not necessarily a required element, but it does help with that creativity and choreography score from our presentation judges.
She knew her timing. She slowed down a little bit, did kind of a double jump. There's a nice aerial in the center of the ropes as they again move across the floor. So Team Denmark showing us some creativity in that way. Turntable push-ups in sequence.
A little drop there. And keep in mind, as a judge, these judges are not only watching the jumpers in the middle, they're watching what both turners are doing, and everything that happens actually gets a score. So the judges have a big job watching for difficulty, watching for presentation, creativity. They are trained for it all. A great interactive power sequence there.
Turner showing us that they can also restrict their arms while they turn for this power move. A smile there to finish the routine. And again, they finished up toward the front of the quadrant, front of the floor in that upper quadrant, and that's a nice way to be close to the judges so they can really sort of feel the energy that you've got. Here's that power sequence. Again, so in sync. There's a nice worm, one-handed frogs, and moving forward here toward the finish.
Yeah, very sharp finish. I liked that a lot. And we have some preliminary standings here for our double Dutch pairs freestyle in the female division. We have Team USA at the top with about an 8-point lead. And welcoming now Team Belgium in our mixed division. They're starting in the back, looking like they're already starting to kind of creep towards the front, potentially going to move forward with some gymnastics later on in the routine.
And they had multiples involved there, a little bit of rhythm difficulty, ensuring that they're in sync as they do that. Now some power, there's that buddy frog. Again, just like the subway, we've seen so many variations of the buddy skills. There's that front flip in the middle while doing a multiple under on the turning.
Yeah, and that one turner was moving forward with the front flip while on one leg in a restriction. So that was kudos to her. That was difficult.
And there's your wheel flip.
Oh, that was so difficult with a wheel double under with a flip and a restriction again. Nice multiple under, landing in that push-up position. And that's something we haven't seen quite as much in this particular event as we did in some of the other events. But keep in mind, when you see them leaping into the air and landing in a push-up, these are hardwood floors. These are not spring, no cushion. These athletes have to train their joints to be able to withstand that.
Nice ending with multiples there.
Great job. And the crowd is behind them 100% there.
Station 1. 2199 from Belgium.
And it's exciting to see the way the different teams choose to end their routines, because some like to end with a nice power skill, some like to end with a nice presentation skill. This team showed us a lot of strength like you're seeing here on the replay. There's that multiple into the split and the finish. So again, they chose to really have it be kind of a shocking end down in the split coming right off a multiple. So a nice job once again from Team Belgium. And in fact, on the floor behind them is the next team from Belgium.
Our all-female division here. Starting off showing us some upper body strength already with these one-arm power moves and double unders, as we've talked about. Very difficult in these power sequences to pull off multiple unders. And they will get additional difficulty credit every time they do that. Crossing with our turners. Another double under there on the exit from that handstand. And interacting with the crowd.
So now moving into a jumper turner exchange. Again, that is one of the required elements. All four must both jump and turn in the entirety of the 75-second routine.
Looks like they'll go into another power sequence there, again utilizing those multiple unders to increase that difficulty score. Some rotations within that push-up, another way to increase the difficulty. You can tell when teams really do pay attention to the rules and the difficulty and design their routines accordingly. And this team certainly has done a great job of that.
A nice finish there from Team Belgium. Again, handling the nerves so well, especially when many of these athletes have competed in events throughout the course of this tournament. So they're in this particular event in double Dutch pair freestyle, but they might have also competed in double Dutch single freestyle. They might have competed in the speed, endurance, and sprint events. They might have competed in the single rope freestyle events. And so again, as the days stack up, and particularly here in Colorado Springs at altitude, we are at 6,000 feet roughly, or around 1.8 kilometers. I believe I have that right. It's slightly different when it comes to the factor on your lungs and your body adjusting to that altitude.
That's right. And so some of our athletes have actually trained in altitude chambers in preparation for this competition. And here on the floor, we have Team Canada in our mixed division. And they're resetting there right back into a power sequence. That was a switch frog, pretty risky because one athlete's feet are kind of flying at the other one's head, and so spacing there must be perfect. Oh, great double under there and that interactive power move.
And there's your subway, a split subway again. She's got to get all the way under him on that split, so he's got to arch his body ever so slightly to allow her to fit under and move quickly while maintaining enough height for the ropes to pass under. And there's a creative sort of supported frog skill within the midst of a wheel switch.
And again, just accumulating those difficulty points. The wheel switch and that different formation is going to achieve a little bit higher level of difficulty than normal double Dutch, but then the interactive frog adds to the top of that. And so some very smart decisions there, again, from these athletes.
And Team Canada did come out in force. They have 104 athletes who qualified for this particular tournament, so they brought a large contingent south of the border here to Colorado.
Right. And so each country was allowed 3 slots for each event and each gender division in this competition. Many countries had different types of qualifying events to bring athletes here, but 3 slots per gender division and per event. And here on the floor, we have our ladies from Denmark.
And you can see one of the turners counting out with her partners there. Again, communication is such an important factor in double Dutch pairs freestyle with 4 athletes on the floor.
Great one-arm frog straight into a 2-foot takeoff frog. And a very well-executed worm right back into a jump there. Great timing.
A nice crab into a turnover push-up. Another variation on a crab there, and the turners did a nice job recovering from what could have been a mistake, but they kept their arms wide and the ropes kept moving, so they will not have a deduction. Like the other teams from Denmark, we're seeing them space the floor very well, so using the full opportunity to hit all 4 quadrants. One-arm push-up after a one-arm frog.
Moving again across the floor, right into that 3/4 front flip ending.
And when you do see a mistake with the ropes, as long as it passes under the jumper's feet, they do get credit for that skill. Now, if they miss on the exit or something like that, then really they'll get the deduction just overall on the score, but it's really more of a presentation ding than it is a difficulty ding. Right. And so we saw that team from Denmark do a nice job of recovering what could have been a mistake in the middle, and really I would credit the turners for that because they did a nice job of seeing it happen and then adjusting in a millisecond to keep those ropes just where they needed to be to avoid that mistake.
Absolutely right. I always coach my athletes to fight for it, right? You don't let a miss happen. The ropes click, you fight. Welcoming now to the floor, Team USA. With a creative beginning there, a kind of a variation on an assisted aerial type of a flip.
And that was a quad into a split, difficult to pull off, some great turning involved. And now you see a wheel switch with a front flip, and they kept the ropes moving in spite of a little bit of an off-balance landing. Again, a nice job of adjusting on the fly.
Oh, and that was on purpose, where she kind of sat down in the middle after that double under, and then he picked her back up.
And they've done a great job recovering some near misses throughout this routine.
And so far, we're seeing a ton of creativity in terms of the interaction skills.
Oh, back handspring right into that three-quarter front flip, right into a shoemaker over the push-up. Just a really densely packed power sequence there. And anytime you see a densely packed power sequence, just understand the fatigue level that these athletes are experiencing as well.
A little tangled up here on the wheel switch, and that can happen, especially when the ropes get a little too loose or a little too tight. They have to have their spacing just right to pull off some of these skills. There's a stack push-up with some nice turntables and finishing with the music.
That was a great showing from Team USA. Some really difficult skills. I don't know that we've seen quite as difficult of power moves done in this competition as what we just saw in that densely packed sequence.
I think you're right, and what's especially impressive about that is that it's a mixed team here, right? So you see the female athletes, the male athletes, and they interacted with each other seamlessly, which means all four of them have been training to a similar level of difficulty, and that can take a lot of time, effort, and practice to pull off.
Certainly. And, you know, one factor that we briefly mentioned here is the fatigue. We see much higher levels of fatigue, yes, in our single rope events where one athlete is doing everything, turning the rope, jumping the rope the whole time. But never, even in this double Dutch type of an event, you still see the fatigue at the end of the routine, where it's impressive that these athletes are pulling off flips and power moves for the full 75 seconds.
And there's that subway variation that we've seen so much of. She did a forearm subway, if you caught that. So went from her hands down to her forearms, back up to her hands, switching places with a frog sequence there. Turner's doing a nice job of recovering a rope catch, so that likely will not count as a mistake, despite the fact that it was probably unintentional that happened. Again, a sign of experience.
Waving there to the judges, keeping the energy high while she waits on her partner to get into the ropes. Oh, and a little bit of a mistake there. And that shows you that buddy frog is actually quite difficult. If you lean on your partner too much, it can cause a mistake like that.
And some variation in the turning of the ropes there. You saw them bring the ropes together and then separate them out. That was all intentional. A nice job of some interaction skills. A really beautiful switch there where they moved across the floor and sort of jumped over a log roll. There's an assisted front flip and finishing on a cue with the music.
That was a very nice job from Team USA. Some really creative things. I liked how they moved across the floor, the log roll with one Turner jumping over the jumper. That was a lot of fun. Their coach there, Sam Lang, she actually jumped with this team for quite a while and is now helping out in assistant coaching.
And as we continue through the day, this is the final day of the preliminary competition. And so starting tomorrow, we will be in the finals. So if you tune in tomorrow, you will see the winners of that competition will, in fact, be crowned world champions.
That's what we're fighting for here. And welcoming here, Team Hong Kong. A little bit of fun choreography to start it off. Now they're ready. So turning with these crossing moves under the leg, all the while doing handstands and power moves inside the ropes into a very smooth round-off transition into the ropes. Nice nod there to the audience.
And notice the turner on the far end, how intricate his turning skills are. Really impressive.
It definitely is. Moving into what looks like a wheel formation. The ropes are crossed. Turners are jumping. So this will increase their difficulty score. And all the while, again, they are doing power moves. The turners are not just turning. They are under their legs, behind their back, restricting those arms and making it more difficult to control these very large ropes. Oh, that looks like the handle didn't quite get exchanged as planned.
And we've talked about how the switches can be some of the riskiest parts of these routines, just because you are exchanging that handle. So one misstep, one miss on timing, and you can drop that handle and then have to recover that, or clip the ropes together. And again, as beaded ropes, if those beads catch each other, that can cause a mistake and ultimately lead to a deduction.
That's right. And, you know, athletes spend a lot of time coming up with these intricate turner jumper exchanges. They want to make them creative. They want to maximize their difficulty on some of these exchanges. And so I know when I was jumping, it was not uncommon for us to spend 2 hours just creating one of these switches. And then we would, you know, videotape it, make sure we don't forget what we did, and come back and perfect it in the weeks to come.
Station 1. 4465 from
Joe, do
Germany.
you have a
And
favorite
Vivian
moment
Annabelle.
for yourself in a double Dutch routine or double Dutch competition?
You know, I think one of my favorite moments is actually back in 2006 at the World Championships, where me and my partners in this particular routine really just decided we were going to have fun. We were going to treat it like something that we did in a lot of our performances, and so we packed it with a lot of really exciting skills. It was not as technical on the turning, but it was very difficult on some of the power tricks. We had a ton of fun. I think it showed in our body posture. I think that actually helped our presentation in spite of the fact that it wasn't all that technical, and we ended up winning that year. And it was such an exciting moment for us to celebrate together and be able to pull off something clean, because so often when we pack these routines, we have to assess that risk versus reward and ensure that we're having the right amount of difficulty to cross the hurdle, but not make it so difficult that we're only going to be able to pull it off in a rare instance.
Right, yep, you have to strike that balance. And if I remember correctly, that routine that you're speaking about was actually kind of a mix of jumpers. So it was you and one of your regular teammates, but also two guys that lived kind of across the country from you, right? And so you had to practice when you could and communicate on the fly.
That's right, and one of those teammates was actually my co-host, Kaylee's husband. So Nick Woodard and I jumped in that routine. We had a ton of fun, and of course it came out with a good outcome for us. Next on the floor is heat number 96 here from Germany.
And you watch those turners there turning under their leg, balancing on one leg. And another great worm variation. Always lots of fun. Great double unders there. Again, tricky to pull off with two jumpers in the ropes, but they did it beautifully.
Nice turning skills here.
You'll see a pretty quick recovery there. They knew exactly how to get back on target. And so that miss right there probably happened because the ropes didn't quite move fast enough to make it under the jumper's hands before she landed. And so we see again that rhythm and timing are really the keys here to double Dutch. Rhythm, timing, and spacing.
A little trouble, again, when you cross your arms and do some of these Turner interaction skills, when you restrict an arm, it adds to the difficulty factor, but it also adds to the risk factor. Now they're trying to pull off a nice backwards frog and a switch skill here. It's what we would call a Sunny D in single rope. Of course, they're doing it in double Dutch with 4 jumpers instead of only 1. That
and
makes
huge ropes.
All the more exciting here.
Great job.
Now, Kaylee, I'll reverse that question you asked me a moment ago and ask you about your maybe favorite moment from a double Dutch pairs routine that you really have fond memories of.
You know what? Quite honestly, my favorite moment was also with my husband. We did not compete together growing up, but we did 1 year compete together at a world championship after we got engaged, and we hit the routine pretty cleanly in prelims, made it to finals, and it was just one of the most fun routines that we did, and we had a surprise ending pose for the audience that really got them going. So that was fun.
Next up, Team Germany on the floor.
Great power sequence there to start off, a variation of subway. Oh, and those turners did what's called a pull away in a crossed position where the ropes actually leave the jumpers and then come back. I never see that in a cross position.
Again, watch the turners. They have to time the ropes just right, make sure they're wide enough to get under the feet, but not too wide that they will click on each other. Moving across the floor with a round off into a frog, into a one-handed frog, while the turner's doing a rotation. Again, all of that will amp up their difficulty score.
And that sequence there that you just saw, so difficult with the turners rotating, going underneath both legs, double unders.
Now she was turning a double under with a TS and then an AS, and an AS crosses behind the knees.
Another power sequence there with turner involvement, double unders, crossing, and you'll see when the turners cross their arms, they can no longer just use their arms to control the ropes on these power moves. So you'll see their bodies kind of shifting back and forth to make the ropes maintain their momentum and their arc.
So Team Germany showing us some real technical creativity on that routine. And again, the top 6 qualifiers will make it to the finals. And the judges are looking for things like difficulty. They're looking for how high off the ground the jumpers are getting. They're looking for how creative the routines are. They're watching for the arc of the ropes and ensuring that it's smooth. We're transitioning from skill to skill in a very clean way. So that's what we call a presentation score. So the difficulty score, the presentation score, and then there, of course, are required elements that have to be included in each one of these routines along the way. Now, with 4 athletes on the floor, you can do more interactive skills than you can with, say, 3 athletes on the floor, which makes for a lot of fun. And next on the floor, we've got heat number 97. This is Team USA.
And these athletes have quite a bit of experience together. And I think that we'll see that experience here play out on the floor. They're traditionally a pretty clean team.
I would guess a toe pitch is coming up.
Looks like it, and we were correct. Pitching her into that backflip entry. A double under on the entry to that frog. Tricky timing there, and the turner actually on that last skill let go of a handle, trapped it in her knee, and then re-grasped it again.
Right into a subway over a split.
Yeah, no small feat there. And here's another subway variation in a wheel switch. Difficult to keep those ropes moving while you're in a push-up position. Oh, and some great near misses and saves there, showing their experience on the floor.
And you notice that the jumper's feet came under the turner's feet on that last sequence.
Nice wheel switch there to change jumpers and turners with an assisted aerial kind of woven into the middle of that.
Oh, and a nice helicopter there, releasing a handle. Again, all of this being intentional, sort of stops and starts of the ropes that adds to their creativity and the surprise factor. Another assisted flip into the finish. A little bit off balance, but otherwise a very clean routine out of Team USA.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. And that little bit of a balance issue at the end actually won't count against them in terms of a deduction, maybe just a little bit of a presentation score. There we go with that toe pitch entry and the strong power moves to start.
Splits into one-handed push-ups, a stack push-up. Again, nice turning to keep everything in rhythm throughout the routine. They should be happy with that performance.
They should. And, you know, we talked earlier about the drag turning where the turners are down, kind of dragging the handles on the floor, making sure the ropes are low enough to get under these athletes in the power skills. That is one of the keys to being a great double Dutch turner, is being able to successfully pull off that drag turning. And it's actually harder on the legs than it is on the arms because you're basically in a lunge position the whole time.
Everyone ready?
Team Canada on the floor next.
Everyone ready?
Again, this is the mixed gender division, so you will see both male and female athletes on the same team. Starting with a wheel sequence here. A nice job recovering from what could have been a mistake with the ropes hitting each other, but they've kept moving.
Yes, and some more athletes here that have quite a bit of experience in the sport. They've been around for many years. Looks like a little bit of a lack of communication there.
So they're making a quick adjustment, trying to get back into the ropes on rhythm. They know their routine, so they're deciding where they want to pick back up, and that's the sign of an experienced team when you can communicate very quickly to get back started. Here is the multiple sequence, which is one of the required elements.
And one of the more risky pieces of a routine. When that rope is traveling underneath 2 athletes 4, maybe sometimes even 6 times in one jump, anything can go wrong on any of those rotations of the rope.
There's a turntable into a subway. We've seen so many variations of the subway. Again, the forearms make it that much harder and frankly make it hurt that much more on your elbows.
That's right. And folks, we'll remind you that this is a hardwood floor. No cushions here.
Now they are turning backwards from what you would normally see a double Dutch turner do, which means that they're rotating the ropes toward the center of their body as opposed to rotating the ropes toward the outside of their body. The judges notice those little things, and it all supports their overall score.
And a great job there from Team Canada. We see on the replay there the variations of the subway there going on his forearms.
Again, notice the turner and just sliding back and forth, trying to keep those ropes tight on the ground. And what often happens with that is the rope will hit the ground, it'll bounce a little bit right when those beads contact the hardwood floor. You'll let it rest for a microsecond before you whip it under the jumpers, and then you do the exact same thing on the other side, all in time and in rhythm. It takes a lot of practice, especially with longer ropes like this.
Ready? Here we go.
And Team Australia now taking the floor and starting out with that interactive power. We'll see them moving across the floor, and so far, no actual turner interaction. It's been regular double Dutch. Again, probably decreasing the risk factor there, and that might be a smart decision. So far, they have been very clean. On a great Barani assist there.
Mixing up the music.
Yeah, which also helps too, because it allows you to kind of hit different feels, different energy levels, and rhythms all within the same routine, which can go into that choreography score and the creativity as well.
And again, with 4 athletes on the floor, the timing is so crucial, especially between turners and jumpers. You have a very small window to get the rope under the feet when you've got 2 folks in the rope at the same time.
Oh, great crossing there from the turners. And a little bit of a hiccup there. It looks like the jump timing just got a hair off.
So they won't get credit for that leapfrog, but nonetheless, they got back going again. And a fun ending here on this routine out of Team Australia.
Love that they're having fun out here on the floor.
100. Station 2.
And you know, that's something that we see with these jump rope athletes. I mentioned before that they're like a family. Practices can sometimes be like marathons. I mean, some of these teams have mentioned to us that they practice 6 hours a day. And when you're in the gym for that many hours with the same team, you are bound to have some fun or you're going to go crazy. And so we see that personality coming out quite a bit in these routines.
And seeing some more of that power sequence in the replay here, seeing them squat down and move across each other. Again, a nice job showing some creativity out of Team Australia. And next up, we're at Heat 100 with Team Belgium on the floor, beginning with a power sequence.
And a quick reset there. Right back into some of these really powerful moves here, showing their strength and their experience. A great wheelbarrow flip. A wheelbarrow is when one athlete is in a push-up position and the other athlete takes the feet and flips them forward.
Nice front flip over a split with a multiple happening. Again, all of these things, these different skills stack on one another and make for a higher difficulty score. And notice the turners, how technical that turning is under the leg with the arms crossed. Once again, Team Belgium, a very experienced team when it comes to that technical kind of turning, so we're going to see a lot of that out of their routines.
Oh, another just technical skill there. The turners are involved. The athletes are doing different things that complement each other in the ropes, painting pictures, increasing the difficulty as well with those turners. Oh, and behind the back turning, always so impressive.
Now this team seems to have chosen longer ropes to use for this routine. That's probably helping them make it through some of these skills. Wow, great job.
I loved that ending. I can't believe, Joe, that they put that risky of a sequence at the very end of their routine. I mean, the amount of behind that crosses that they just did, there were like 6 of them.
The World Championship Overall Team Award.
That's a nice turn under some push-ups there. There's that front flip over the push-up. Doing a turntable here. Yeah, and the reason why you wouldn't want to stack up too much at the end of a routine like that is because the fatigue factor, right? A 75-second routine often oftentimes teams will choose to stack up the really difficult parts of routine at the beginning, so they've got the most energy at that point in time. And then throughout the routine, they might weave in some of the more creative rope manipulation skills or things like that. But it is unusual to see a team save some of their hardest, most high-flying power skills for the end of the routine.
That's right. It can be quite difficult. And so, Joe, whenever you were designing routines, how did you go about it? Well, first of all, did you use music for your double Dutch routines when you competed?
So interestingly, we did use music toward the end of my sort of competition career. And when we did that, we often had trouble deciding, well, do we choose the music first or do we think about the routine first? And I'll say that for my generation, we often chose the routine first. So we were thinking about the skills and then trying to adapt it to the music along the way. And sometimes when we decided what sort of skills we wanted to include, that helped us get a sense for what the vibe we wanted out of the music was, right? Was this a dramatic thing? Was this a fast thing? Was it a slow thing? Should we vary and clip together two different songs to represent two different parts of the routine? All of that really flowed into the way we thought about it. Now, Kaylee, I will say, for your part, you've been known for so many years as one of the best presentation jumpers who's really ever been in the sport, right? I think you have pioneered so much in terms of the way we think about how to really present well. And so I'm curious, as you think about what we just saw in double Dutch and really thinking overall about the way the single rope comes together and all the freestyle events come together, what have you thought so far about what you're seeing out of presentation from the athletes over the competition?
You know, that's a good question. I have been impressed in general in the presentation that I've seen, not only in the technicalities, but in the creativity. So a lot of the things that I look for in a routine, I look for that it factor. Can they make me smile? Can they make me stand up out of my seat with the way that they are presenting the skills? And for many of the athletes that we've seen, particularly in the double Dutch competition, like this team here from Japan, they have made me stand up out of my seat with the creativity, with the interest and the interaction. So from that standpoint, I've been extremely impressed. Other teams, like what you're seeing on the screen right here from Team Belgium, I've been extremely impressed with their technical presentation. So the clean lines that they are creating, the smiles on their faces, and just being able to pull off these extremely difficult skills, but making it really look effortless. So yes, overall, I have been impressed with the presentation on multiple levels, and it makes me excited to kind of see where our sport is going, right? We've seen our sport evolve over the past several years, and here we're seeing some really great talent from not only our older generation, but also from our younger generation athletes as well.
Now, as we conclude the double Dutch pairs freestyle event, we are transitioning into a break where we're going to reset everything, because tonight, starting at 7 o'clock local time here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, we're going to have the team show event. And the team show event will be very exciting because that's an event where we're going to have anywhere between 8 and 20 jumpers on the floor at once. They're going to be performing a choreographed routine that will include many of the disciplines that you've seen throughout the days of this tournament. They'll have up to 6 minutes to do it, so it truly is a production. These teams work for months and months to pull these off, and we're really in for a treat tonight.
Absolutely, and we want to also remind you, tonight's production will be featured on Olympics.com. This is our sports debut on Olympics.com, and so we are beyond excited and thankful to be on that channel. We encourage you to tune in and be there with us, be there for all the action. You don't want to miss it. And once again, that will be happening at 7 p.m. Mountain Time. 7 p.m. Mountain Time. We hope to see you there.
This is the 2023 World Jump Rope Championship. We've been broadcasting live from Colorado Springs in the USA. More than 1,200 athletes in 25 countries are represented. We have now concluded the preliminary round, so everything you see from here forward will be in place to crown the world champions. We will see you again at 7 o'clock tonight.
Well, hello, world of jump rope. How are you doing? Did we see some amazing athletes today? Let's make some noise for all of our amazing competitors here today. That's right. Well, if you see me out here, it means it's for a reason. I have the distinct and high privilege of presenting, once again, some world records that have been broken here today. So, I have 3 world records to present to you all today. I'm super excited to share them, and please help us celebrate these amazing athletes for their accomplishments. Let's make some noise for these athletes and their world records. All right, the first world record says, with this certificate, that's right, Hong Kong. It says, with this certificate, the International Jump Rope Union recognizes a new world record set on the 20th of July, 2023 by Yongsan Cheki Pakin from Hong Kong, China. The International Jump Rope Union congratulates these athletes for achieving a score of 244 in double Dutch speed sprint male. Could we have that team please step forward, double Dutch? Congratulations. Thank you all so very much. Fantastic. One more round of applause. One more round of applause for our new male record. Hong Kong, China is not finished. Additionally, set on the 20th of July, we have Hulam, China, Chushan, and Jingho from Hong Kong, China. The International Jump Rope Union congratulates these athletes for achieving a score of 427 in double Dutch speed relay female. Please make some noise for our new world record holders. One more round of applause for our new world record holders. Thank you all so very much. Last but certainly not least, once again, set on the 20th of July, 2023, Long Pui, Sam Tim, and Hoi Hien from Hong Kong, China. The International Jump Rope Union congratulates these athletes for achieving a score of 223 in double Dutch speed sprint mixed team. Please step forward. Once again, please give a tremendous round of applause for all of our new world record holders. And congratulations, Hong Kong, China. Thank you all so very much.
solid as a rock, solid as a rock. Love is as solid as the rock of Gibraltar. So come to the altar with me. Solid as a rock, solid as a rock. Love is as solid as the rock of Gibraltar. So come to the altar with me. You'll only wander wayward if you ramble. May I suggest a license and a ring? When you're in love, it's really not a gamble, 'cause you're betting on a real sure thing. Solid as a rock, solid as a rock. Love is as solid as the rock of Gibraltar. So come to the altar with me. Solid as a rock, solid as a rock. Love is as solid as the rock of Gibraltar. So come to the altar.
This old road of love
shirt, now red, my bloody nose sleeping. You're on your tippy toes, creeping around like no one knows. Think you're so criminal. Bruises on both my knees for you. Don't say thank you, oh please. I do what I want when I'm wanting to. Not so cynical. So you're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. Control, even if you know that you don't own me. I'll let you play the role. I'll be your animal. My mommy likes to sing along with me, but she won't sing this song if she reads all the lyrics. She'll pity the men I know. So you're a tough guy, like you really rough guy. Just can't get enough guy, just always so puff guy. I'm that bad type, make your mama sad type, make your girlfriend mad type, might seduce your dad type. I'm the bad guy. Duh. When you get mad, I guess I'm pretty glad that you're alone. You said she's scared of me? I mean, I don't see what she sees, but maybe it's 'cause I'm wearing your cologne.
Boy, wanna keep it cool, but I know every time you move, got me frozen. I get so shy, it's obvious. Yeah, catching feels like butterflies. If I say what's on my mind, what I hit bullseye. Soon, I'm ready, aim and fire. Baby, feel like Cupid's on life. Oh, yeah, tonight. Yeah, tonight. Your heart beats so sweet when let me know. I know love, it is such a funny thing, a mystery, oh Lord. Gotta get to know you more, 'cause I can feel a real connection, a supernatural attraction. I got the feels for you, yeah. You have stolen my heart, oh yeah. Never let it go, no, never let it go, Riding straight to my heart, oh yeah. I got all the feels for sure, yeah, I got all the feels for you. Boy, I know, I know I get the feels. Boy, I know, I know you feel it too. I'm swaying in the moonlight, dancing in the dark, I know that I caught your eyes. Are we on the same vibe? Wonder what's on your mind. You got me good and I wanna be a fool. If it's out, well, I wanna be a fool. Underneath the neon lights, baby, electricity tonight, baby. I know love, it is such a funny thing, a mystery, oh Lord. Gotta get to know you more, 'cause I can feel a real connection, a supernatural attraction. I got the feels for you, yeah. You have stolen my heart, oh yeah. Never let it go, no, what's the deal? Oh, one look and I know it, baby. My eyes reveal that you give me the feel. So yeah, my heart, oh yeah, never let it go, no, never let it go. Riding straight to my heart, oh yeah, I got all the feels for sure. Yeah, I got all the feels for ya. Boy, I know I get the feels. Boy, I know you feel it too. Boy, I know I get the feels. Boy, I know you feel it too.
We would now like to announce the qualifiers for the World Championship Finals, double dutch single freestyle mixed division. From Australia, Luke, Bell and Ben. From Belgium, Yulchen, Rune and Jelle. From Belgium, Joyce, Jens and Lorena. From Denmark, Simon, Caroline and Alfred. From Hong Kong, China, Quan Ho, Ying Na and Ying Nam. And from Germany, Leonie, Maria and Eric. The World Championship Final, double dutch single freestyle male qualifiers. From Hong Kong, China, Ming He, Po Hang and Kai Ming. From Hong Kong, China, Chuk Him, Chuk Yu and Chuk Ki. From Germany, Simon, Fabio and Felix. From Belgium, Tim, Thibaut and Klaas. From Korea, Jai Wu, Yom Yom and Jin Jung. And from Hong Kong, China, Sai Kit, Chung Ho and Wai Wa. World Championship Finals, double dutch single freestyle female qualifiers. From Belgium, Ine, Sarah and Ellen. From Germany, Olivia, Julia and Anna. From Australia, Gemma, Chloe and Naomi. From the USA, Alex, Annalie and Haley. From Belgium, Lara, Zoe and Jilka. And from Germany, Antonia, Liv and Lilith. We're just waiting on results from the last lot of double dutch freestyle, and then we will continue with a medal ceremony.
It's true, I crave you.
You need to calm me down, down. I feel like I can't get no better when you're not around. You always calm me down, 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 down. We're so different, but our weakness is your common ground. You need to calm me now, now. It's been a week and I only think about you, nothing else. I said I want you now. I want you near me while I get my head above these clouds. Yeah. She's the thing I love the most. She's the thing I love the most. Y'all could come to me, 'cause I was ready for it. I was ready for it. You're my therapy, 'cause I was ready for it. I was ready for it. I know I'm not like the chill dude, the one who does make you feel good, but I will always have your back if you have mine when I feel blue. Do you feel the same way that I do? I know you like it when we play. Hey, do you like me that way? I need to know, girl, what you say. Come on, now. It's been a week and I only think about you, nothing else. I said I want you now. I want you near me while I get my head above this house. Yeah. She is the thing I love the most. She is the thing I love the most. Y'all could come to me, 'cause I was ready for it.
can be alone. Take me away. It is our faith in the dreams I made. You go far away, no, no, no. Don't make me say no, no, no. We go far away, no, no, no. Don't make me stay. We can shoot for the stars together. We can make it last forever. Oh, 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 oh. We wanna see the moon and planets. Wanna make it last forever. Oh, 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 oh. We'll go far away, no, no, no. Don't make me say no, no, no. We'll go far away, no, no, no. Don't make me stay.
You keep on calling my cell phone to tell me you're sorry. I've heard it 1,000 times. You always tell me you've changed now. Back from the outside to turn back the hourglass. Why can't you be honest? Changing your mind, wasting my time. Love ain't just a promise. Over your kind, losing my mind. Why can't you be honest? Changing your mind, wasting my time. Love ain't just a promise. Over your kind, losing my mind.
I would like to present our medal presenters for this ceremony. We have Silke, who is celebrating 30 years involvement in rope skipping. She is the Vice President of Europe on the IJRU board and the President of the European Rope Skipping Organisation. We also have Ernesto, is the Vice President of Pan American on the IJRU board and the President of Pan American Jump Rope Federation. The medals for this ceremony will start with the World Championship Team Single Rope Overall Female Division. The bronze medals go to Belgium, Elise, Fien, Cloete, Margot, Joke and Pauline. The silver medals go to Belgium, Janne, Ilka, Joska, Zoe and Lara. And the gold medals go to Hong Kong, China, Nok Ching, Wing, Na Hei, Yuki, and Kai Yi. The next medal to be awarded will be the World Championship team single rope overall male division.
One day at a time, still no bottom line. I still feel in touch like ecstasy. Oh, it hits me almost like distant dream. I'll be going down, you'll turn it around. I'll be going down.
The bronze medal goes to Belgium. Klas, Tim, Thibault, Anne, and Peter Jan. The silver medal goes to Belgium. Jelle, Kasper, Lorde, and Mattis. And the gold medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Yun San, Chuk Ki, Chuk Kyu, Chi Yong, Chuk Him, and Pak Kin.
Say what you want. 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 Who's gonna save me? Who's gonna save me? Who's gonna save me? Who's gonna
We now move to the World Championship Team Single Rope Overall Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Lam Pui, Wing Yu, Sum Tim, and Hui Yin. The silver medal goes to Australia. Alexis, Luke, Ben, Jamie, Chloe, and Naomi. And the gold medal goes to Belgium. Yele, Benel, Oceani, Pelita, Dilchin, and Rune. The next medal to be presented will be the World Championship Double Dutch Team Overall, Female Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. He Ching, Yui Lam, Ni Ki, Chiu Chuet, Chui Shan, and Ching Ho. The silver medals go to the USA, Camille, Renee, Lauren, Anna, Kennedy, and Morris. And the gold medals go to Belgium. Janne, Ilka, Joska, Zoe, and Lara.
I fell in love cause you look so fine. So darling, please don't mind. I fell in love maybe once or twice. But you look so fine. You are the sunshine in my life. Will you come over to my place at night? Cause you look so fine. So darling, please don't mind. I fell in love maybe once or twice. But you look so fine. You are the sunshine in my life. Will you come over to my place at night? You are the sunshine in my life. Will you come over to my place at night?
We will now announce the medals for the World Championship Final Double Dutch Team Overall Male Division. The bronze medals go to Belgium, Klaas, Tim, Thibaut and Peter Jan. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Ming He, Ho Hung, Kai Ming, Ka Chum, Tin Long. And the gold medals go to Hong Kong, China, Yuan San, Chuck Ki, Chuck Yu, Chuck Chun, Chuck Him, and Pak Tin. The next medal being presented will be the World Championship Double Dutch Team Overall Mixed Division. The bronze medal goes to Hong Kong, China. Sam Yi, Chu Ting, Wing Lok, Chi Kai, and Yin Ting. The silver medals go to Australia. Luke, Bell, Ben, Mac, and Emma. And the gold medals go to Belgium, Lorena, Kobe, Jens, Joyce. We'll now announce the medals for the World Championship Team All-Around Female Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China. Gi Ching, Yui Lam, Ni Kai, Su Yet, Chu Shan, and Ching Ho. The silver medals go to Belgium. Elise, Dean, Flotte, Margot, Jokke, and Pauline. And the gold medals go to Belgium. Janne, Yilka, Joska, Zoe, and Lara.
just walk away. Please just walk away. You can walk away. Please just walk away. Please just walk away. You can walk away. Please just walk away. Please just walk away. You can walk away.
We'll now award the medals to the World Championship Team All-Around Male Division. The bronze medals go to Belgium, Jelle, Kasper, Lord and Matthias. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Ming He, Ho Hang, Kai Ming, Ka Chun and Tin Long. And the gold medals go to Hong Kong, China, Yun San, Chuk Ki, Chuk Kyu, Chong Chun, Chong Him and Pak Kin.
Sometimes they'll test your soul, but just stay true. Sometimes we just don't know. The light shines through. Sometimes you have to go, and I'll go too. Sometime real soon you'll glow, shine bright through. Take you, but the light is there to hold you down. Take you.
We will now announce the medals for the World Championship Team All-Around Mixed Division. The bronze medals go to Hong Kong, China, Lam Pui, Wing Yu, Sum Tim, Hui Yin. The silver medals go to Hong Kong, China, Sum Yi, Chu Ting, Wing Lok, Chi Kai and Yin Ting. And the gold medals go to Belgium, Jelle, Belen, Oceani, Melita, Jilchin and Rune.
light shines through. Sometimes you have to go, and I'll go too. Sometimes real soon you'll glow, shine bright through. Take you.
The IJRU is celebrating all of our winners by providing free awards pictures. Visit our website to download yours now. We would now like to announce the qualifiers for the World Championship Finals Double Ups Pair Freestyle Mixed Division. The qualifiers are from Belgium, Kobe, Joyce, Jens and Lorena. From Korea, Jongmin, Yoo-seong, Hyun-bum and Hyun-lee, Hyun-ji. From Belgium, Aiko, Henne, Manon and Ben. From Australia, Luke, Belle, Ben and Emma. From the USA, Samantha, Eric, Taylor and Margaret. And from Hong Kong, China, Wing Lok, Chu Ting, Chi Kai and Yin Ting. The qualifiers for the World Championship Double Ups Pair Freestyle Male Division. From Belgium, Tim, Peter Jan, Thibaut and Klaas. From the USA, Jonathan, Matthew, Ryan and Dylan. From Hong Kong, China, Ming Hee, Po Hang, Kai Ming and Tin Long. From Hong Kong, China, Chuk Him, Chuk Yu, Chun Kun and Pak Kin. And from the USA, Mason, John, Foster and Sam. And from Belgium, Lord, Kaspar, Jelle and Matthias. The World Championship qualifiers for Double Ups Pair Freestyle Female Division. From the USA, Renee, Lauren, Camille and Kennedy. From Belgium, Lara, Yenne, Yilka and Joska. From Germany, Enya, Annika, Svenja and Vivian. From Belgium, Jana, Larissa, Merte and Runa. From Germany, Sally, Alina, Jacqueline and Vivian. And from Australia, Gemma, Chloe, Jessica and Naomi. This concludes our ceremony for today. If everybody could please leave the stadium as it is now closed. It will reopen at 6:15 p.m. There's a judges meeting and an athletes meeting on the floor for the athletes and in the judges room for the judges. If you could please make your way there. If athletes need to access the building, they need to use the loading dock. The hall needs to be cleared because it is now closed. So if everybody could please take their belongings and leave the facility. Thank you.